Tonight's program is going to be a flamethrower. You have been forewarned. Let's go ahead and just jump right off into it. I have some audio here that I want you to listen to first.
No, I don't think so. At the end of the day, this was an artist that had one hit song 20-something years ago. She had the ability to leave at any point. She was signed to a label, but labels leave artists that don't react constantly. She could have went. She stayed because she wanted to be in that particular situation. Now, people are going to argue with me and so forth, but at the end of the day, she stayed because there was no one else that was offering her a record deal. There's no one else that was spending millions of dollars on her. There's no one else that was showering her with gifts. So she decided to stay. And ultimately, at the end of the day, when the money ran out, when she married a broke fitness trainer and had to go move back in with her parents and the money completely ran out, then it's like, okay, let's sue Diddy and let's get $20 million out of him. That is my take on it. That's always been my take. That always will be my take.
What? Now, this was from Piers Morgan a couple of weeks ago when the Diddy trial had completed. And I didn't have an opportunity to go ahead and touch on it then. And I really wanted to come back and deal with that in depth. I really wanted to deal with that because there's more of it happening. There's more of it going on. There's more of these kind of things happening here. Just today, for example, you're hearing that Shannon Sharpe has settled that lawsuit. In particular, I think I was watching Law and Crime here a week ago on YouTube, and they were talking about the fact that a lot of people misinterpreted what happened in the case. They had heard that when Shannon Sharpe's people showed up for court here, that Tony Buzbee and crew were not there. And you had other YouTube channels, some of them attorneys, who didn't quite understand what they were looking at. But these folks are very clear. They said, this is typical when you have a settlement imminent. So it looks like it's going to be a settlement, and that was the reason why Shannon Sharpe's people didn't ask for the case to be dismissed. And they told the judge give them 45 days, which was a sign to them that they were getting ready to make a settlement, which is exactly what occurred. Now, I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment, but it dovetails off of something else here. The Diddy case, Cassie Ventura, and you all know I am no friend of DJ Vlad. I am no friend of his whatsoever. I want to go back here for a moment and take a look at scumbag attorney extraordinaire Tony Buzbee there, who is the second from the left. Take a look at his face when Vlad says that Cassie had to get with a broke fitness instructor. Watch his face.
She had the ability to leave at any point. She was signed to a label, but labels leave artists that don't react constantly. She could have went. She stayed because she wanted to be in that particular situation. Now, people are going to argue with me and so forth, but at the end of the day, she stayed because there was no one else that was offering her a record deal. There's no one else that was spending millions of dollars on her. There's no one else that was showering her with gifts. So she decided to stay. And ultimately, at the end of the day, when the money ran out, when she married a broke fitness trainer and had to go move back in with her parents, and the money completely ran out, a broke fitness trainer and had to go move back in with her parents.
You see Tony Buzbee's face there. He was sitting there stoically the whole time, right until he heard that. And you got to understand, for an ambulance chaser like him, who's going around ginning up lawsuits for dollars, this legal exploitation, you notice he doesn't want to hear that kind of thing. That kind of hurts, because if that catches on in the popular consciousness, he's just going to be spending a whole lot of time and a whole lot of effort for a whole lot of cases that ain't going nowhere. So what Vlad just said, that cannot become the prevailing sentiment. And him hearing that, you can see his heart sink. If people are so bold and are so brash that they will say that openly in public, that means that basically it's open season and you can't use the Me Too defense or anything like that. That's not what it is. If folks are really like, yeah, you know what? These chicks are just suing for money because they broke. That doesn't make Tony look very good. Makes life very difficult for him. Now, I remember seeing that. And once again, I want to remind you all, your favorite YouTubers did not say anything about this kind of thing. They didn't say this. But I remember when I heard Vlad say this. I remember when it came down before with that. And I want to make sure about that because, you see, that's rather important to me. I wanted to make sure, that's a very interesting thing that they would say that. And what do you know, from the BBC, back on May 16th, and they were talking about this before. And what do you know? Oh, Cassie Ventura sitting up there on the stand, boo-hooing and singing the blues. And I wanted to show you what they said here. Now, this is from the BBC. Said Miss Ventura, 38. They said that she was an eager participant in the sexual lifestyle. She testified this week that she was coerced into the sessions, which involved male escorts because Mr. Combs had threatened her with violence. On Friday, she addressed a $20 million payout that he gave her after she filed a lawsuit against him in November 2023. The settlement, which came just one day after the filing of the legal action, was public knowledge, but the number was previously unknown. So anybody who was wondering, the number was $20 million. Mr. Combs' lawyer, Anna Esteval, seemed to imply that Miss Ventura was strapped for cash before filing her lawsuit. The singer had just moved to her parents' house with her husband and children. Damn! Now, you heard a lot of things, and this isn't coming from some off-brand website. This isn't coming from some gossip column. This is coming directly from the BBC, and they are sitting here pointing out something that you didn't hear Megan Ku Klux Kelly, or any of the jackasses on CNN. None of them pointed this out. That when Cassie filed the lawsuit, she had just moved back in with her parents. Most likely pregnant then, but she moved in with her parents and the kids, along with one Alex, not so fine. The gentleman you see on your screen right there, Alex Fine. In case anybody was wondering, yes, she was laying up with him. Remember, at the beginning, she was sleeping with both him and Diddy. Remember? She was sleeping with both him and Diddy in the beginning. For about a month there, at least a month or two, she was sleeping with both of them. And then what you find out is that after that, she was with Alex Fine, and things with her and Alex were going so great. They were so grand. They were going so fabulous that she had to move back in with her parents. Him and her children. Folks, if that's not a white pookie, what in the hell is? If that ain't a white pookie, somebody explain to me what is if that ain't it. I need to know from somebody who's got a better grasp of these things than me, then if I'm wrong. But if that's not a white pookie, folks, what is? She had to move back in with her parents and her husband. This is what life was after Diddy. None of your television stations, news commentators, even most of your internet people, none of them pointed this out. Even your so-called bloggers, none of them pointed this out. None of them went out of their way to point out, by the way, big piece of the puzzle just fell in your lap. She moved in with her parents and her kids after she broke up with Diddy. None of the kids were by Diddy, so all the kids were by Alex Fine, and things were going so great with Alex that she had to move back in with her parents, with the kids, and bringing Alex along with her. Now, does that sound to you like things went well? Does that sound to you like things went right? Does that sound to you like the game plan kicked off exactly the way she was hoping for? What I'm saying is, do you think that that's what Cassie Ventura thought that life was going to be after Diddy? Let me go ahead and back this picture up. Here she is right now. I mean, looking pregnant and raggedy. Take a look at, where she's walking into. This is a far cry from the penthouses and the condos that she was in when she was with Diddy. I want my peace. I don't care about your money or anything else. I just want my peace. Biggest damn lie you ever heard. I just want my peace. Biggest damn lie you ever heard. It's all fun and games. Right up until reality throws your ass flat on your back on the bricks. And then she said, let me go run for an attorney here to come help me out because my impulsiveness and my emotionality have screwed me sideways. And just that quickly, all of a sudden, everything suddenly makes sense. It all suddenly makes sense now why she did that. It's not a mystery anymore. It all makes sense. Nobody's having to stretch their brains to figure out why it happened. She was pregnant, broke, and homeless. And she most likely didn't even want to go outside because people would recognize, damn, Cassie, weren't you just at the Met Gala in New York just a couple of years ago? Wasn't you kicking it with Diddy at the Met Gala just a couple of years ago? Damn, girl, what the hell happened to you? You all know that she didn't want that picture to happen. Y'all remember dude from the Cosby Show? She didn't want that picture to happen. She said, oh, hell no. Not that one. She did not want to sit up here and go somewhere and have folks be able to show the before and after because now she'll look like one of the chicks who used to be on Baywatch. She didn't want that, but then again, it wasn't like the pictures weren't out there. It wasn't like they couldn't be found. Nobody was passing the pictures around because she was no one for anyone to follow around. That's the reason that folks weren't aware. They wasn't aware she fell off because nobody even remembered she was there. That's why. So, of course, the first order of business is go find some dirtbag attorney somewhere to see if they can help get this fixed up for you because, baby, you rolled the dice on Alex. You thought that Diddy was going to spin the block. You thought that Diddy was going to show up and start putting in a new bid. And Diddy was like, you know what? When you walk, keep walking. When you walk to this time, keep walking. But I'm not putting in a new bid. I'm not going to try to outbid Alex. You and Alex going to have to hump it by yourselves, but I'm not here to try to outbid nothing. So that's on you. That's on you. Why is it that your news media did not tell you this? Why is it that they didn't accentuate this? Why is it that I'm having to come up and play mop up weeks later and tell you all, by the way, the biggest part of the story, the most important part of the story, she was pregnant, broke, and homeless with her new white husband. That was supposed to be the level up. Remember, they gonna level up after they leave these fellas. They gonna level up. And you know what the hell happened now. Now that all the facts have finally come out, you know what the hell happened. She missed being able to rest them little flat butt cheeks in a Bentley. She missed the penthouses. She missed the jet setting lifestyle. She missed the freak offs.
Deal with it, nigga.
Oh, yes. She missed the freak offs where she could be who she really was. But most of all, she missed being somebody. That's the issue. She missed being a somebody. When she was with Diddy, she looked like a somebody. Take a look at how she looked here. This was after Diddy. Does this look like life is treating her good? Does this look like she found her peace? To all the jackasses and ass clowns on the internet, by the way, if she went looking for her peace, did the heifer ever find it? It looks right here like, baby, you down and out. Oh, you might want to see it. Then he got another opening because, baby, you're looking raggedy out here. You looking down and out. I thought your new husband was healing all the wounds. I thought that's what was happening. I thought with you and Alex, I thought y'all was doing great. I thought you were doing fine. I thought he was healing all the wounds. I thought everything was lovely. And now we come back and find out that was a damn lie. She was flat, broke, down, and out. Ryan Leslie was not helping her.
Nigga, please.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Hey Ryan, you weren't helping her either. By the way, how'd that tour come along, y'all? Nigga, please. How is that tour coming along? I'm asking for a friend. How's that tour coming along? I'm just asking for a friend here because I'm looking to find out here where the how the tour is coming. Because Ryan and friends wanted us to believe that the tour was just about to hit. And I just want to know how the tour is going. That's all. I just want to know how the tour is going because Ryan and friends were telling us she was getting ready to go on tour again, remember? Do y'all have your tickets? Do you all have your tickets? I'm asking for a friend. Do you have your tickets? Because according to them, it's right around the corner here. So if you don't have your tickets, you might want to hurry up, and you don't want the train to leave you. Okay. Hurting some feelings tonight. It's a cold ass world out here, people. It's a cold ass world. And right now, if you are a man of means, I want you to understand what the prevailing attitude is. Did you see how society got lockstep behind Cassie? Not because she was in the right. They got behind her because she was in the wrong. Baby, if you want to leave, pick your ass up and leave. If Diddy was working at Five Guys, do you think that Cassie would have done this? If Diddy was working at Five Guys. This is so every washed up hoe in the world can sit up here and see if she can try to figure out how to hustle her way up on something else. This is what it's about now. It's about this. She's not the only one. And he's not the only one there, because there's a reason why you're seeing these things. First of all, I want y'all to see something here. This is one of the first articles that you come across here talking about Shannon Sharpe. This is one of the first ones you'll come across here. Do you see the title on it? This is disgusting. Shannon Sharpe quietly settles $50 million assault lawsuit. Quietly settles it. Quietly, what's he supposed to do? Have a damn press conference? Why are they wording it like this when this makes absolutely no sense? Why are they wording it this way? By the way, first of all, quietly, if you go Google Shannon Sharpe settles lawsuit, you'll get dozens of websites. Where's the quiet part? What's quiet about this when literally dozens of websites are coming up? That's not quiet. So why are they saying this in this article? Why are they saying this? That he quietly dropped lawsuit, quietly settles lawsuit. I'm going to come back to why here in just a few moments. You see CNN. Take a look at what CNN says here. Pro Football Hall of Famer and podcast star Shannon Sharpe settles sexual assault and battery lawsuit. Interesting headline, isn't it? Why are they saying it like this, folks? Why are these damn headlines so long? Because you see, when I go to the Hollywood Reporter, it says Shannon Sharpe settled a $50 million rape lawsuit. Folks, if you've been raped, you don't settle. People, if you've been raped, you don't settle. Which is the point that I've made since day one. Yes, you see how these article headlines escalated. And the whole point is these headlines are intended to link these words next to the subject person that they're referring to, so that if you Google these things, that this is what's linked to them. They also are doing it for historical sake, so that if people go looking up these things in the future, these are what the articles are saying, to make it easier to find. That's why CNN didn't just say Shannon Sharpe. We all know who Shannon Sharpe is. And they didn't just say ex-football player. They sat up here and said Pro Football Hall of Famer and podcast star. Well, folks, that's SEO. That's search engine optimization. Putting all those words in the headline, that's not concise. That's not news reporting. That's search engine optimization. Pro Football Hall of Famer, podcast star, Shannon Sharpe, sexual assault, lawsuit. That's search engine optimization. For the purposes of, in the future, making this easier to come up, or more likely to come up in future searches just of his name. So you see, they put all that together next to his name. Yeah, a lot of y'all didn't understand. Why would you put such a headline so long? Most folks don't. Do you realize this headline is damn near 3 lines long? What? The headline is almost 3 lines long. I thought the newspaper business used to be short and concise and to the point. This is not short, concise, and to the point. So why is this headline so verbose? And by the way, did you notice with this one? Same thing. Almost 3 lines long. Search engine optimization. To link these terms next to the subject they're referring to, Shannon Sharpe, and then linking all that together. Folks, these people go for the jugular here. They play the long game. They play the long game on this. And I'm bringing this up because I want folks to have a epiphany moment here. You see, we couldn't really get Shannon Sharpe nor none of these other folk to sit up here and speak up about men and men's issues and what's going on, because all of them were more concerned about their own personal sexual access and setting up their own damn personal freak-offs. And that's reality. And so they didn't want to talk about these issues until the damn man came knocking for them. Then all of a sudden they want to talk about that. You should have had this on the front damn burner then. You should have had this front of mind and on the front damn burner then. Sitting up here being quiet. Okay, so all that attempted to fly below the radar, how much good did that do you? They came for you anyway. You thought you were going to just lay low and be quiet, and you figured the little scummy broad at 24-Hour Fitness you were laying up with, how much trouble could this possibly be? And then you found out, nigga, they coming for you too. They're coming for you too. And that's exactly where you ended up at. Right there. Right there. Why did that happen? Because Shannon Sharpe grabbed a little young chick of questionable background. And that's not the issue. The issue is the chick that he grabbed there and whatnot. First of all, not fully vetted by any stretch of the imagination. I already did that program, Not So Sharp. Already did that program, and I'm not beating up on Shannon for that part of it. What I am saying, though, is that in the modern era here, the fellas out here, I want you to be clear about this. The real problem is not the females. The real problem is the fact that the men ain't talking. These fellas get into positions and they try to act. They let folks up here and punk them, manosphere and red pill and these men spaces and things. It's like, okay, bro, you should have been fooling with us. You should have been fooling with us. Shannon Sharpe got what? The Cat Williams interview, is it at 100 million views now? I don't know how many million views is that. Gotta be somewhere around 100 million views. And what I'm saying is, hey, Shannon, why is it we got Cat spilling the beans while you sitting over there trying to look all innocent? Why ain't you spilling the beans? Why are y'all not talking about what really goes on? Why are y'all not talking about what really goes down? You wanted to be quiet about Diddy, okay, till the folks suing Diddy showed up for you. Now you want to circle the wagons. That the time to be circling the wagons is before they come for you, not after. If you all agree with that, give me the telephone emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's almost 2,000 people in here live in just the first 25 minutes. But if you all agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the telephone emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks don't like the program, I'll go ahead and wrap it up a little bit early. But there are some things I would like to touch on if I'm allowed the amount of time necessary to do so. But if I'm not, that's perfectly fine. We can go ahead and do that too. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to my man Willis, Cameron, the Jughead, and to everyone else here who's contributed to tonight's program. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Folks, let me explain something to you here. As black men in particular, there's a reason why I've never played this game. As black men in particular, when Michael Jackson When Michael Jackson got to be too powerful, what these folk do? Well, nigga, we can't beat you at the record game. We can't beat you at the music game. We can't beat you at the performance game. We can't beat you at the entertainment game. Damn it, we can't even beat you at the business game. Y'all some smart niggas. But we own the courts. So we bet we can beat you at the law game. And that didn't happen either. And that was completely bogus. I don't care about the TV interviews. I don't care about the stories at Never Never Land. The same thing gets played all the damn time, folks, which lets you know that it's ridiculous. If your 12 or 13-year-old son was sexually assaulted, would you sit up here and tell the person who did it, well, you know, I know you raped my son and everything, but if you can break off 20 million of them things, we'll let it go. Now, is there anybody in here? I want to know any parents in here, any uncles, any aunts that somebody gets a hold of your 12, 13-year-old niece, your 12, 13-year-old nephew, and he says, well, look here, I'm papered up. I got plenty money. Yeah, I was doing the rodeo on your son. I was doing the rodeo on your 12-year-old daughter. But here's 20 mil. Go pound sand and beat it. Pardon the expression. I want to know all the people in here who are parents who are saying, Jason, you don't understand. There's a perfectly good reason why if they got enough money, it's my son, but son, we gonna let this case go. Yeah, I know the man raped you 8 ways from Tuesday. Yes, I know he did that. I know every time you turn on the radio, you kind of jerk and kind of jump a little bit. I know. But son, sometimes you gotta think about the bigger picture. We could put him in jail, but he offered us 20 mil. So we gonna just go ahead and let that slide. I want to know the folks who that's the response you would give. That Jason, well, yeah, I mean, that's what you do. If somebody rapes your son or your daughter, of course you take the 20 mil. Of course you do that. Naturally, that's what you do. If somebody rapes your kid, you take the 20 mil and you agree not to prosecute and you leave. Of course, right? That's how you know the Michael Jackson case was a damn hoax. How many of you would be sitting here talking about, man, you know, if they raped my kid, if he gave me 20 mil, of course, that's what any sensible, loving parent would do. And by the way, you ain't heard from them folks since. They haven't done an interview. Nobody can find them. Yeah, that was the whole damn thing. It was a money grab from day one. They've been doing this and working with the system to target these black men, and fellas need to recognize what the hell's going on and then be ultra vocal about it. Being quiet is how it makes it easy for them to target you. O.J. Simpson, another bogus case. Holes all in that one. The internet's debunked that years ago. Then you come to Diddy. Cassie said, let me file this civil suit. Please don't forget that. Cassie didn't go to the feds. The feds came to Cassie. Cassie just wanted the bag. Cassie did not go to the feds. The feds came to Cassie. I've already explained to you here a couple weeks ago, the former U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, another scumbag whack job, sitting up here smoking the crack pipe, deluding himself into thinking that he was ever going to be able to parlay being a U.S. attorney into politics. I already played for you the clip from Megyn Kelly's program where they were other lawyers like, yeah, he was going around telling people that he was going to use the Diddy case to run for president. He was going to get Diddy, and that was going to get him to the White House. You want to talk about delusional, but not just delusional, they're dangerous. And so once again, Cassie was not interested in criminal charges. Cassie wanted the bag. And she got some lawyers who said, don't worry, we'll take it pro bono. You gonna patch us up on the back end. So that $20 million, I want you all to understand how that works. I want you all to understand how that works, how that really works in the world of law. For those of you who are familiar with attorneys taking cases on contingency, in a case like this, it's just like a personal injury case. When you see those ads on television, you don't pay us anything, we'll take your case and we only get paid if we recover. But for those of you who don't know how those cases work, these are lawyers who basically use lawsuits as an extortionist business model. And the business model is that their rate of return will be anywhere from 33% to 50%. What? For those of you who are unaware, that's the way that these types of cases work. When the attorneys recover, you will have to unass anywhere from 1/3 to 1/2. And that's why they push so hard to batter the people that you sue into settling early, because if this gets drug out over the course of years, it's no longer financially worth it. So he needs to hit a home run and blast these people as quickly as he can and get them to fold as quickly as he can. Otherwise, it isn't profitable because it's not efficient enough. So he needs them to settle and fold quickly. So they blitz him with a lawsuit. They go to the press. They try to dirty up your name as quickly as possible. They try to ruin as much of your reputation as they can to attempt to force you and batter you into hurrying up and settling. But for those of you who don't know how these cases work, these attorneys keep. Now, you all are used to like personal injury attorneys that they'll usually keep 1/4 to 1/3. But in cases like this, it's 1/3 to 1/2 of whatever you recover. 1/3 to 1/2. Will she have to pay taxes on that? If she does, if at $30 million, if she keeps 15, she gonna have to give up. If it comes down to taxes, she'll have to give up 1/3 to 1/2 of that. If she has to pay taxes on it, there are ways you can get around it. I don't know if she qualifies for it, but there are ways you can get around it. But then from there you go. So yeah, she's not going to get to keep most of that to begin with. But then again, as Vlad said, nobody was offering her anything. She wasn't getting offered nothing. Ryan Leslie wasn't offering his ex anything. He showed up when she filed the lawsuit because he's still very angry and still very salty because, yeah, Diddy pulled your broad right up from under you. Ryan just came back. Basically, either he is not nostalgic as hell or desperate as hell. But the bottom line is, hey, dude, Diddy pulled your broad right up under you. She had a chance to be with you and she said, nigga, I'm gone. I'm gone. Oh yeah, now Cassie's getting sued. So hopefully everybody that she had the freak offs with, hopefully all of them sue her for pain and suffering. Hopefully they all sue her too. And hopefully they go ahead and just drag her through court. But all of them need to sue her for pain and suffering. They need to sue her for that also. By the way, since she decided this is the business model, everybody should be able to get in on it. If this is going to be the new business model, everyone needs to take a piece of it. Everybody need to get a piece. Folks, if you had gotten raped, are you approaching the other folk first talking about, I need a $20 million payout? I covered all of these other ridiculous lawsuits, most of them filed by Tony Buzbee because that's what he does. Just like Gloria Allred, these are these suspected racist lawyers going around looking to fleece and exploit and extort black males with blackmail. But I already covered this before, baby. If somebody rapes you, your first words are settlement. Your first words are not police. Your first words are settlement. That's your first words. Your first words are, let me call a lawyer to recover. No, don't call the police. We don't want a crime. Let me see if we can have a settlement. Who does that? Who does that? Who operates that way? If these were your kids, if this was your daughter, would you be telling your daughter, you know what, baby, really just go over the bed. See if you can go ahead and see if you can get settlement. I don't believe that you're a victim when your first words were, let's see if we can make a settlement. I don't believe you're a victim. I think you're a schemer. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Because that's not the way that victims respond. Victims want hellfire and brimstone. So I don't believe you. Furthermore, it was too obvious to see here. It was too obvious to see, and that's why I want to come back to the next thing here. You see, what individuals like Tony Buzbee and Cassie Ventura were betting on. Here's what they were betting on. They were betting that there are just more feckless haters and more gutless, shameless, jealous, envious bastards in society than there are objective, rational, honest people. And that's what they were counting on. They were counting on the fact that there'll be a bunch of people who identify with hating on Diddy, and I'm no friend of Diddy at all, but I'm absolutely an adversary of injustice, and I'm not going to back that, period. And there were a bunch of folks who were like, man, can we just be honest? I want to be honest with a whole bunch of folks right now. The fellas who were going around talking trash about Diddy, let's be very, very clear. These were either dudes who Diddy beat in business.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's just be honest. These are dudes that either Diddy outmaneuvered them and outclassed them and surpassed them in business. And they've been angry and salty ever since. Let's just say that first. Diddy was able to, however he did it, by hook or by crook, he was able to beat them in business, and they've been carrying a grudge ever since. That's the first group. The second group are the fellas who they wish that they were able to have their own freak-offs. Damn! Can we just be honest? People, take a look at the numbers on OnlyFans. Take a look at the numbers on OnlyFans, on Snapchat. Take a look at chicks' Instagram DMs. Take a look at the sheer volume of money moving through Cash App. The average male wishes he could have his own freak-offs. Do you think he would turn it down for a damn minute? Do you think that the average male out there making videos hating on Diddy, do you think a single one of them, if they were able to be at the top floor of the AC hotel, you think a single one of them would be like, oh no, I would never do such a thing? Not at all. Then you take a look at their Facebooks and their Instagram timelines. It's nothing but Insta hoes with their silicone implants and their BBLs jiggling. That's all they have. The same fellas talking trash, the same ones, if they had a spare $10 million, they would be broke within a year. They would be broke within a year because they would have blown every single penny. They would have hit up every single Caribbean hotspot. They would have hit up every single one. They would have gone to every resort. They would have gone to every penthouse. They would have gone to every single one, and every single Insta slut that slid into his DMs, he wouldn't even ask any questions. He would just start buying plane tickets. He wouldn't even have a conversation. He would just start buying plane tickets. You take a look at the billions of dollars that OnlyFans generates. Not millions, billions. And that tells you all you need to know. The average male talking trash about Diddy, if he could pull it off, he would be doing it, I'm talking about cosmic. Money would just be flying everywhere. No questions asked, no strings attached. He would just be throwing money everywhere. And you know it. And you know it. That's why I don't want to hear no faking ass fraudulent clowns try to sit up here and talk no mess. Buddy, the only reason you talking trash is because you're just jealous and angry. You ain't got a shot at it. To be clear now, let's be honest. You mean to tell me that these sissified beta sexual mama's boys jiggling they butt cheeks on Facebook, all of 5'2", squeaky voices talking about, Diddy, he need to treat Cassie right. Do you think if a single one of them had the chance to have Cassie and 3 other chicks back in 2016, 2017, do you think a single one of them would have turned it down? Do you think a single one would have turned that down? Do you think there'd be a single one of them today if they had the chance to have a damn foursome with Cassie and Young Miami and whoever that other chick was Diddy had? You think a single one of them, oh, I would never do such a thing. Even the married ones.
Nigga, please.
Oh yeah, one more thing, and I'm talking to you married cats too. I'm talking to you so-called married cats too. Never forget the majority of the customers on OnlyFans are what? Yikes. So even to the married dudes, false flagging because your woman's sitting right there. Hey, nigga, we see you. You'd be right there too if you could pull it off. Just let the truth be known. You'd be right there too if you could make it happen. So of course you're going to try to signify and I would never do such a thing. And meanwhile, OnlyFans stay popping 24/7. Folks, if that is not what the average male would truly do, if the average male isn't out here lying through his damn teeth, and by the way, the women know this. By the way, one more thing, the women know this. It's not like there's a single woman in here who doesn't know that every time she sees the fellas, I can't believe the men who is defending Diddy's. There's not a single female in here listening to me live or recorded who takes you clowns seriously. They all know that you're lying. They all know it. They know full damn well if you could swap places with Diddy, they can see your damn timelines, you would swap places with him in a heartbeat. The only change you would make, most of you, not all of you, but the only change that most of you fellas would make is you wouldn't have the male escorts, although there's a good number of you who would. But other than that, who the hell you think you fooling? You would have every damn light-skinned thing stacked up from coast to coast. There's not a single female listening who believes one of you lying clowns who says, I would never organize a freak-off with Cassie and Brittany Renner and Joy Taylor. I wouldn't, and a case of baby oil. You could never convince me. If I had $10 million, you could never convince me to spend $10,000 to have Cassie and Brittany Renner and Joy Taylor butt booty glistening naked with a case of baby oil playing slip and slide in the penthouse at the IHG. I would never do such a thing. There's not a single person with ovaries listening to me right now who believes that garbage. Not from a single fella who would say that. Not a single one. There's not a single dude hating on Diddy who would not run their mother over in the driveway, pulling out to go get that. To have that experience? Not a single one. Not even one. Hell, most of these fellas would stand outside the room and wait they turn till Diddy was done. What? So let's just leave that where it's at. No, we don't believe you. No, you're not credible. If we take a look at your timeline, you geeking out for no-name chicks on Instagram that nobody knows. Chicks who are getting photoshopped, no damn pedigree. And you expect us to believe that, well, I'm so much different from Diddy and I would never do that damn. We would respect you more if you just told the truth and said, you know what? I sure do hate that Diddy is in that position and I'm not. That we would respect you more if you said that. We could respect you more as a man, which you're not, but we could respect you more as a man if you said that. If you said that part. You know, man, look here. I sure do hate that Diddy got all that damn money and all them hoes. And damn it, I'm a hater, man. Jason just, look, bottom line is I'm hating. Bottom line is I'm hating. Anybody sit up here, not me, I would never do that. I'm a fine, upstanding individual. Then you go take a look at their Facebook pages. Damn! Then you go take a look at their Instagram. Then you go take a look at the stuff they like. You go take a look at their stories like, hey, bro, I thought you wouldn't fool with none of them kind of hoes. Well, I mean, well, I really wouldn't do that right there. Okay, what's this on your timeline? Well, I mean, that's different right there. I play with clean hoes. Nigga, please. I only mess with clean hoes. And that's what they'll try to convince you next. Bro, I mean, I would only play with the clean hoes. I play with nice hoes. I don't play with run-through hoes. I play with the hoes who ain't been run through.
Nigga, what?
Yeah. I only play with the nice ones who ain't been run through. The bottom line is what's going on right now is that These fellas are out here and they don't understand that the situation has shifted. The economy is messed up. Inflation is out of control. And it's a bunch of people out here who do not understand what they're really dealing with. They don't understand what they're really dealing with. And being broke out here is not going to work. Being broke out here is not going to work. It's not going to work at all. They don't get it. Shannon Sharpe, they go up here and go grab these chicks and they think they're going low key with it, but they don't understand, man. It's too many broke broads out here who don't, the fellas that they qualify for, they don't actually rate for them. They don't rate for them. That's the issue. That chick Shannon Sharpe was with, here's the problem. I want to go ahead and reiterate this for you all right here one more time because your red pill gurus and your manosphere morons and the rest of them just don't understand it. That chick, that was just the average white band. That was just it. She wasn't sloppy. I mean, compared to most females out here, certainly she wasn't. But the bottom line is she wasn't spectacular. She belongs with a guy working at the cable company. She belongs with a guy working on the railroad. She belongs with a guy who is an intern at Warner Brothers. She belongs with him. As that guy is moving up his career in the 10-year, 20-year trajectory, that's where she belongs. She belongs there. She's not spectacular. She doesn't rate or qualify to be the woman of a $300 million man. She doesn't have the mentality. She doesn't have the maturity. She doesn't have the presence. She doesn't have any of the things you need to make that happen. None. That's the issue. She doesn't have any of that. None. And so once she was given sexual access, I want you to understand, I was explaining this before, this has screwed up the whole damn market. It screwed up the whole damn market and screwed up the whole damn economy. You are never going to be able to convince her again that she doesn't belong with a $100 million man for the rest of her life. But now she's not going to qualify for anybody. Okay, but then you got dudes out here. There's the crazy part is that she hustled them draws shamelessly because, yeah, ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. So she found dirtbag attorney extraordinaire Tony Buzbee, and let's see if we can hustle them draws for a payday, which she did without hesitation. Because no man who's worth that is going to give her the time of day. That's the issue. None of the men who can actually do that, none of them are going to extend themselves. Men like that don't go all out for females like her. That's the problem. Okay, but once again, it's the same thing with Cassie. Cassie, men like Diddy don't make lifetime commitments to chicks like you.
Oh, please.
They don't. They don't. Men who actually got something going for themselves at a global level, men who move 7, 8, 9 figures, they don't get chicks like Cassie. She doesn't qualify for that, baby. You qualify for the freak off and the fly out. That's what you qualify for. And you don't want to believe that. That's the mistake that the 7-figure and the 8-figure men were really making. That was the mistake. In the chat room, Black Ambrosia, no, it's not that Kim Porter was more stunning than Cassie. It's not that. It's that Kim was built for the business. Kim was built for the business and the Cassies of the world aren't. Cassie got a body, not a brain. She can organize some things, but Cassie isn't. Cassie is not the kind of chick who can move a man's net worth from 100 million to 300 million. Why would a man sit up here and do something for her that she can't do for him? Dummies on social media, dummies on YouTube rationalize and think that way. Do something for a chick that she could never do for you. Give her permanent rights when she could never do it for you. Because that's what a simp is. You're leveraging that. That's the point. You don't do it for a female who could never do it for you. If Cassie lived to be 1 million, folks, if Cassie is so damn smart, if Cassie learned anything, if Cassie was so damn adept, if the 10, 15 years of laying up under Diddy and Ryan Leslie and doing all them drugs and everywhere she meant, if any of that actually meant a damn thing, then will someone explain to me why is it that as soon as the ride was over with Diddy, Cassie was broke and homeless and moving in with her parents?
And deal with it, nigga.
You damn right I'm yelling it because ain't nobody else telling it. If Cassie was so talented and so capable and so smart or anything else, then why is it she didn't do none of that for herself? I'm going to hurt your damn feelings here tonight. We all know that Kris Kardashian was able to get things popping after Robert Kardashian left. You can say about them Kardashians whatever in the hell you want to in your crack pipe induced haze and hallucination. But while you sitting over there hating, Kris Kardashian was able to get it popping after Robert Kardashian left. So all those cocktail parties and all those days where she learned to be this rich man's woman, when the rich man was gone, she was able to spin up the machine again for herself. She wasn't just sitting there getting freaked off on. She wasn't a rich man's jump off. She was a rich man's wife. She was his representative, and when the man was gone, she was still able to move and maneuver as if she were still representing. Cassie never did that. Isn't doing it today, will never be able to do it. Which is why she had to hustle up on the scam lawsuit. But Kris Kardashian was able to build the empire without Robert. She learned from Robert. She admitted, she already saw this. She learned all that from her time being married to Robert. And then she saw how to put the game in her daughters because her daughters had something she didn't have. Youth. They could have a fresh start. They didn't have the damn baggage. She knew how to get the daughters plugged in. She knew who to get them mobbed up with. And from there, it took off. Because she knew what to do with it, even without Robert. She didn't get some old chick talking about the man's gone, the money's all gone. That's the difference. Cassie can't do that. She couldn't do it when she was with Diddy. She couldn't do it after Diddy. Think about this for just a few moments. Oh, there's a whole bunch of hoes. He call us hoes. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Oh, please.
All them hoes who want to stick up for Cassie do realize that she was laying up under not one, not two, but reportedly, allegedly, possibly 3. Ryan Leslie, Diddy, and maybe Kid Cudi. By the way, is Kid Cudi still sporting them dresses?
Damn!
I don't know. Somebody told me they saw him and ASAP Rocky in Nordstrom's in the women's section. So I don't know. Y'all have to remind me. I'm not sure. But is Kid Cudi still sporting them skirts? I just want to know. Oh, okay, y'all. Oh, so folks is upset with me. All right, never mind. They're getting mad at me in the chat room. They get mad at me in the chat room. I'm all right. Let me move on from that subject. Let me go ahead and move on. All right, let me go ahead and move on. All right. So she was up under 3 dudes in the industry. Tell me what she did with it, man. What did she parlay it into? You done laid up under Nicki Minaj did it. Cardi B did it. Pink did it. Meg Thee Stallion did it. Look what they were able to turn it into. Now, take a look at Cassie. Take a look at Cassie. What did she parlay all those men who were laying on top of her, all those men in the industry, and what did she parlay it into? I'm just asking. If she was really worth anything, if she was really a 7-figure female or even a female who belongs around 7-figure men, then at least tell me, what in the hell? What in the hell? Why is it that after those men were gone, she didn't use the game that she has soaked up from them and put it to work for herself? Why does she still need them? Why does she still need those men if she was worth a damn on her own? Then you take a look at Angela Simmons. Then you take a look at Lori Harvey. We can go down the list. When them chicks are required to turn $1,000 into $1 million, they can't do it. That's my point. And what they are accepting far too late, but they have to accept the brutal reality that, baby, you're not $1 million broad. You're not $1 million broad. If we gave you $100,000, you would turn it into $100. Cassie could never take $100,000 and turn it into $100 million. Ever in her life. The fact that she married Alex Fine is your proof that she's not $1 million chick. She ain't built for that. When she had an opportunity to make the call of what man to bet her future on, she chose the male who would take her. And she didn't even get a white man on an upward trajectory. So to all the folks who are upset with me and in the comment section, tell me, where are all the people bragging about Alex Fine? None of the hoes on the Shade Room were bragging about the fact that she was living with her parents with Alex. You notice that sentence never came up. That she had to move him in with her parents. She didn't move in with him and his parents. He moved in with her and hers. And they're not sitting up here telling you all about that. They're not posting up wall to wall about that. Why is it no one's doing that? And I didn't just say this out of nowhere. I brought my invoices. I brought credible sources. I brought the proof. Yeah, that's what really happened. She was broke, pregnant, and homeless. And y'all were acting like Alex Fine was a catch? That she had peace of mind while Alex and the kids are sitting at her parents' home? Sounded to me like the whole damn family got together and said, hey, heifer, you can't stay here forever. You better do something, sue something, move something, OnlyFans something. You can't just sit here. And where the hell did you find this white Pookie at? You couldn't at least get a white man with some money? So Alex was the come up? Oh, they don't want to talk about Alex anymore? So Alex is the come up, or at least he was supposed to be. Where was the come up? Cassie is a chick that in her prime $1 million men would lay on top of. Her prime has come and gone, did it and died. And she doesn't, what she qualifies for is Alex Fine. That's who you qualify for the rest of your life. That right there. That's the dude. Him. You don't get to brag about him. It's just a bunch of busted down bummy broads on the internet. That's the only folk gonna pat you on the back for it. That none of your old celebrity friends wish they could trade places with you. No females in high society that she is so desperate to get back to and never will. None of them would trade places with her and take Alex. Alex is a pookie. And that's who she really qualifies for, is the pookie. And she was angry and mad and upset because this wasn't the way it was supposed to end. She was just certain that because she had $1 million men lay on top of her, then if whoever lays on top of her will become $1 million man. That's what she really delusionally believed in her head. $1 million men love laying up with me, so Alex is eventually going to become $1 million man. No, he won't. Not now, not ever. This is where you rank. Truth be told, this isn't just where you rank, this is where you belong. And that's the same thing with the chick that Shannon Sharpe was running around with. She doesn't belong. Baby, you don't qualify for a lifelong commitment to $1 million man. You don't qualify. You don't get that. So I want everyone to understand what the game is today. The game today is beg, steal, borrow, lie, cheat, steal. Because you have a society that backs them up on it, that will, even if they get caught lying, they don't get punished. So you see, the system is rigged and set up to attack the men because we're where the money is. We are where the money is, so the system targets the men. So the men got to be damn me on code. Okay, you can sit up here and let folks intimidate you and bully you into not defending your best interest. They're literally sitting up here telling you that females are okay to lie on you, and that the police and the media and social media and everybody, they'll sit there and back her lie. You'll prove she's lying and they'll sit there and say, oh, well, I'm backing it. We'll back her anyway. Okay, then this is not about sexual assault. This is about, you know what? You men aren't giving enough damn benefits. Y'all ain't doing enough, so damn it, we just gonna rape something off of you. And everybody's in on it. And there are enough failed lawyers out there because most lawyers are broke. What? For those of you who did not know, most lawyers are broke. Most lawyers don't make a bunch of money. That's why they have to join law firms. The majority of lawyers in America, and I've covered this before, the majority of lawyers in America have to join, there's a limited number of major law firms. The majority of lawyers in America have to join them. That's where the money is. The majority of lawyers in America are broke. They're not making no money, and they got to join a law firm to hold things together. I've posted that stat before, that most lawyers in their first 3 years only make between $50,000 and $80,000 a year.
What? Damn!
Nigga, please.
What?
For those of you who didn't know, most lawyers in their first 3 years, the average pay is $50,000 to $80,000. You thought they'd come out of law school making six figures? That's not the way that works. Not at all. Most of them got hellified debts to pay off, and they immediately have to get dropped into the fire. You don't have much courtroom experience, and remember, you don't make money as a lawyer without courtroom experience. You got to have experience in the courtroom, but you're brand new booty at this, so you don't have courtroom experience, so you have to serve under another lawyer until you can get enough courtroom experience so that you are now competent. That takes years, not months, years. So most lawyers are broke and struggling. So some of them have just decided to go feral and said, man, screw it. These black men out here winning, man, look here, nigga, it's a stick up. Just like most doctors, I'm going there. Most doctors are drug dealers with a medical license. Most lawyers are liquor store robbers with a law degree. Most lawyers are just liquor store robbers with a law degree. They go around, stick them up. Did you slip and fall at the grocery store? Did you slip and fall on the sidewalk? Americans with Disabilities Act. Man, it ain't working for them. So that tells you what's powering it, and they're constantly going around looking for the new hustle, constantly going around to look where the low-hanging fruit is, constantly going around to look and see where the new scam is. No, just like, the district attorney's office, remember the majority of cases in court get settled, people. The majority of cases in court get settled. When the prosecutor, remember, most people plea bargain. The majority of court cases, whether criminal or civil, do not go to trial. Jason, how many? 95%.
Damn!
Folks, 95% of your court cases do not go to trial, either civil or criminal. Most of them settle. Now, a plea bargain is basically just a settlement. What it isn't is going to trial. Well, that's the way it works at the district attorney's office. The plea bargain is the settlement. Most cases don't go to trial. So most lawyers know, hey, it's a stick up. It's a stick up. The chances are good that they'll settle with us. The chances are good that we can get them to settle. The majority of the cases anyway, the chances are good that they will settle. And that's why Shannon Sharpe is kind of in trouble now, because now that Shannon has settled the first case, that means that the others will come now. Now that Shannon has demonstrated that he's willing to pay out millions to settle cases, this is only going to encourage the bottom feeders and the snakes and the scum. This is just going to encourage them now. Same thing with Diddy. Same thing with Michael Jackson. Settling with the first one, did that stop them? Hell no. Settling with the first one only signaled to people to go further. Folks, settling cases, Walmart, you name it. These lawyers don't do this because they're not used to it. They do it because most folks settle. The retail stores, department stores, grocery stores, shopping malls, businesses, insurance companies, most of them settle. Now they're going after high net worth and high income individuals, high income, high profile individuals to will attack your public reputation to see if we can get you to pay up millions of dollars to protect your reputation. That's what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? As men, please understand. And most males are not dense. Most males are not dumb. We're going to have a bit of a brutal reckoning right now, right quick. Most males are not stupid. When you see fellas out here caping their asses off for every slut filing a lawsuit, it isn't that these fellas are stupid. And it's not that they're sympathetic about Cassie and Diddy having fisticuffs at the damn hotel. It's not about that either. Number one, we gotta be honest, most males of this generation are wimpy, soft, soggy beta simps. We just gotta call it for what it is. And they think that kissing women's asses is a sexual strategy. So what they do is they go around, they jump on social media, they get on Instagram, Twitter, whoever is looking, and try to tell the females, hey, I'm not like those other guys. I'm not like them. I'm much better than them. And that is their sexual strategy. That's it. These are not fellas who get to associate with the real men. These are not fellas who get to stick around the real men. These are fellas who spend their whole damn lives socially awkward and weird as hell. And there are enough of them now that they can actually form social circles.
Nigga, what?
But there are. There are enough of these weak beta males today that they can form social circles. So they spend their time trying to signal to any low-hanging fruit watching, hey, baby, I'm available. Hey, I agree with you that Diddy's a bad dude. Never mind the fact that all the females he's talking to, not a single one of them would turn down a freak-off trip to come see Diddy.
And ladies, I'm telling the damn truth.
And deal with it, nigga.
You want to know what the pathetic thing is for fellas out here backing all these broke hoe hustle lawsuits? The chicks that you're sitting up here trying to signal to, buddy, they're not holding that against Diddy. We already covered this. There isn't even one female in here, not one, who would bet her life that the woman standing next to her, that includes her mama, her sisters, her co-workers, there's not a single female in here who would bet her life that if her female family members or friends could be next in line with Diddy to live that incredible lifestyle, that they would turn him down. Not even one. Most of the females in here would go for it themselves, by the way.
Oh, please.
Before you even get to lying. There's not a single female in here who would bet her life that the women online, the ones talking loudest, would be the first ones putting on their hoe boots and getting on Spirit Airlines to go see Diddy. Not a single female here would bet her life that that would not occur. That those chicks would turn it down if they got the nod and got the offer. And then you got fellas acting as if that's real. They would not go to jail. You be lying. Everybody ain't like that. They ain't gonna do that there. There's a few hoes most women would not do that, and every female in here knows, nigga, please. If Diddy popped in the damn DMs, and said, hey girl, there's a penthouse and a Maybach with your name on it, I'll see you at the Met Gala. with all these chicks with their Barbie doll princess Disney fantasy. They see them coming down the red carpet with all the cameras and spotlights on them. How many men here after all these years of red pill whining, how many of you are dumb enough, dense enough, or dishonest enough to say that, well, Jason, they wouldn't really go for it? So let me get this straight. Every time we turn around, you guys always talking about don't underestimate these women. There's nothing they wouldn't do. As soon as they wouldn't do that, though, Jason. They're wrong. These chicks, they are good Christian missionaries. They would never sit up here and do that. You wrong about that, Jason. You just misogynist. You just be hating women. And then you'll turn right around and be complaining and whining your ass off about their princess fantasies. And what they're willing to do to get it, and the types of men that they're willing to give a pass to get it. But then when I show up, you're going to tell me, oh, it ain't like that. They wouldn't do that. But the women know. They work with each other. They work with each other. They look at each other's bills. And I got to go a little bit further. Oh, you ain't gonna like this. Man, go ahead and get mad if you want to. And yes, I am going there. Look, the cauldron is bubbling here tonight. You want to get down to some dirty, grimy, dark arts? Fellas, to most women, we're all the same.
What? And deal with it, nigga.
Now that's reality. That's the truth. Fellas get mad when the females turn on you and do something you didn't like. Then you won't argue with this. But yeah, the truth is, if women were honest, they would tell you the truth that actually they pretty much think we're all just one big dude, especially if you got money. I'm talking about men who are self-built and got real money. I'm not talking about he can afford to buy her a pair of shoes. I'm talking about he can afford to buy her a $200,000 car. I'm talking about that. Yeah, women see us as the same. Okay, why do you fellas always whine your asses off and complain that they could just get up and leave in a heartbeat? What does that tell you? That they see you as interchangeable? That there are check boxes, that they look at you like check boxes on an inventory list. And if you and another guy check all the right boxes, you are interchangeable. No wonder you can't keep her from throwing them legs open with another guy. You're interchangeable. And if the women were to be totally honest, they would say that. I'm saying it for them because they're not going to say that because they know they would be messing up the whole damn hustle. But the truth is, men are interchangeable to them so long as you meet a certain set of qualifications. You're interchangeable. You're not a unicorn. You're not. Well, Jason, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Because Diddy, as far as they're concerned, Diddy is just another man.
And deal with it.
Oh, you ain't got to like that. See, fellas get mad because they get mad about, well, why did she sleep with that fella over there? Them dudes over there. Oh, he's a thug. You get mad about women's sexual histories and you don't want to level with yourself and be honest. In women's minds, men are all really kind of the same. In women's minds, men are all really the same. Successful men are all the same. Broke men are all the same. Weak men are all the same. Macho men are all the same. Whatever type of man you are, as far as women is concerned, you're all the same. Diddy is just another man with power and fame and money. He's just another one. He is no better, and he is no worse. Now, if women were totally honest, that's what they would say. They would say that. They won't. which is why I'm going to sit here and say it for you all. But if women were totally honest, they would tell you that. Don't look for your red pill gurus to tell you they don't know. They're just going to sit up here and bumble and babble. But by the way, if you want somebody to just sum it up for you, hey, fellas, it depends on the type of man you are. But if you're a man with money and fame, as far as they're concerned, you're all the same. You're all the same. You're a man who's good looking, you're all the same. You're a man who's good with his hands, you're all the same. You're as good as any other man who's good with his hands. Fellas like to tell themselves they have some intrinsic quality that sets them apart. That's not the way that women see men. That's the way you wish women saw men because you want to believe that you got the edge. But that's not the way that women see men. It isn't. Women don't say this because it's not convenient. If you ask them, they will argue with you because it's not convenient. Okay, but don't listen to what they say. Look at what they do. They're not upset and offended by Diddy and Cassie. Most of these chicks up in here done put their hands on a man.
What? Damn!
Auntie, chill.
Intervention!
Most of the females in here have been beating up on other chicks, put their damn hands on a man. Most of the females in here. Most. Not some, most. And that's real talk. They got you sitting up here repeating that lie because getting men to overvalue women, well, that's what works for dudes. And they know that there's a bunch of fellas out. Most males are desperate for sex, so they'll just go along with whatever females tell them, even if they know you're lying. They know you're lying. He'll go along with it anyway. He'll go along with it anyway. He'll do it. He'll do it. He'll go with that. Don't believe me? Think it's not true? Somebody should have told these folks, I don't bring receipts, I bring invoices. I don't tell you what you paid, I tell you what you owe. I don't bring receipts, I bring invoices. Let somebody else sit up here and talk and whatnot. I'm not that dude right there. I bring invoices. Want to show you something here to make my point, and then I'm going to go ahead and jump over here on the Zoom. Going to show you something here to make my point, and then I'm going to jump over here on the Zoom so that folks can see exactly what's going on. Want to show you here. This is from Baddies. This is from Baddies now. Oh boy, look at this. This is from Baddies. Now, my point is not the video. By the way, we can keep going if you want to. By the way, we can keep going if you want to. Oh boy, fellas, are y'all fellas ready to step in the ring? Fellas, are y'all ready to step in the ring with Awesome Kong?
And deal with it, nigga.
Do these look like amateurs throwing them soup bones? Fellas, tell me where soft and petite is. Diddy would have to get some help to handle these broads.
What?
Diddy wouldn't be able to walk out in that hallway by himself. If Diddy walked out there in that hallway with these chicks here, oh, Diddy'd have to bring some help. I'd be like, hey, Diddy, you might not want to go out there by yourself, dude. Well, I'm a man. So is she, bruh. I don't think you want to go out there by yourself. You might want to bring one of your bodyguards with you. You might want to bring one of your bodyguards with you. Because Kamala Anna here, oh, she about that life, bruh. Oh, she's twice as big as you, huh? Oh, this is not going to work. I know how you tell yourself it's going to go, but this is not the way it's going to go. However, just to show you, back over here on Baddies, you can see what's going on All the folks who said that they were disturbed by the Diddy video. Oh, clutch my pearls. Oh, it was too awful. It was too terrible. Oh, the humanity. Meanwhile, this stuff here floods your damn Facebook, but that's not all. That is not all, because there's a bigger point here. There's a bigger point here that I want to make, and I'm going to hurt all the hoes' feelings next. Here's the bigger point I want to drop on you. The video is from baddies, but the comment section, take a look at all these females in the comment section, laughing, joking. Take a look at them. Nothing but females in here leaving these comments. Nothing but females loving it. Nothing but females talking about how great it is. Look at that left hook dropped her and she ain't slip it. Connected, then she fell instantly. None of these hoes hits connected. She just can't handle my girl. These are the females. She death tripped herself. Got to stay 10 toes down. Some moist nigga, no hair pulling. Respect to both of them. Okay. These are the females leaving hundreds of comments. These are practically all, I'm going to say women, but these are all females. And you telling me that these chicks are traumatized by Diddy? Then explain this comment section to me. Or are you going to finally tell the truth and just say, nah, they only tell that lie when they think it's to their advantage. No, they don't actually believe none of that garbage. They just say that if they think they can manipulate you. If they think that saying that will manipulate you and get power over you, they going for it. But here's the real damn thing. Lex leaned in too much. All she had to do was grab her and flip her. These are the females. Lex can fight, but Tabby definitely kept slipping on the floor. None of those were KOs. None of them. She's sitting over here asking for KOs. She's asking these females to knock each other out. These are the females asking for it. You can't fight if you scared to death. Laughing. You can't fight if you scared to death. These are your females, and you think you gonna lie to me and tell me that they're worried about Diddy? So the females today are worried about Diddy, but in watching these women sitting up here slug it out in high def, why they think it's funny, it's entertaining. So what did they really think of the Diddy video? It didn't bother them. I'm like, oh hell, nigga, if this will punk you niggas to give us a payout, man, drop that dollar. Lex really not hitting her. Does anyone else recall the thing with Tabby and Lex and the other question why she was Tabby asked for it, then got it. These are the females. Folks, do you see how long this comment section is going on? It's practically all females, almost exclusively females. Take a look at comment after comment after comment after comment. So we all gonna ignore the bend in the shoes that tripped her? The females think it's funny. It's entertaining. Okay, then who the hell you think you lying to talking about you were traumatized by Diddy? So the Diddy video was traumatizing, but this is entertaining? You lying somewhere. And all I'm gonna say is don't listen to what they say, listen to what they do. They're lying. When they get in front of men, oh, we are fragile and precious. When they're in their own company by themselves, these hoes is thumping and rugged. And you sitting up here trying to white knight and kiss their asses and talking, oh, all my precious fragile women, come to me and we need to make sure that none of you, we need to treat you like the precious fragile vessels that you are. And the women are over here laughing at your simp ass kissing ass. Because they realize if you're that gullible and that stupid, there's nothing to respect about you. You're just a dummy. Lex humble TF out of her. These are your females, Nyjah Barbie, Nyjah. So this is a Nigerian chick who has relocated legally or illegally to Dallas, Texas. And this is what your Nigerian, that's why I saw that Nyjah. This is what your Nigerian females are on. Get your passport, dummy. This is what your Nigerian females are on. Then you wonder why the Nigerian males are over here mobbed up with me.
And deal with it, nigga.
The Nigerian males are mobbed up over here because grandma's applying the pressure, talking about he needs to hurry up and get married. Grandma don't want to know what's out here in the dating pool in Nigeria today. Grandma, they ain't like you. They not like you, Grammy. They ain't like you, baby. They on something else. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me get over here on Zoom right quick. I'm going to let these hoes thump on the screen. I'm going to let y'all watch them sit over here and thump on the screen for a minute. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get Brandon up here on Zoom. I don't know where Brandon is. Okay, we got Brandon. Unmute yourself, Brandon. He's working on this newfangled technology. Brandon, get it together. Unmute yourself. Sir, I'm going to try this one more time. Unmute yourself, sir. Okay, Brandon, you're slowing my program down. Let me jump back over here again. Okay, at least Brother Elijah, he'll be awake. All right,
Hey,
Brother
big brother.
Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, big brother. Thank you for tonight's broadcast. It's excellent, but there's some dangers I see and everything like that. And I have a question and everything like that. But this woman CBB, I don't think people understand how dangerous of a precedent this woman set by taking Diddy to court like that. And then after she just settled for I think $30 million, and then now he got to get federal charges and everything like that. And then you see the future better than I do, big brother. I wonder, are more women out there gonna follow suit? And if they do, is it gonna be even worse than what Diddy got? That's the first question.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to push it to the limit, bro. They're going to try to push it to the limit. This is the new way under the sun. This is a business model that some folks think they're going to capitalize on. And the problem is that the celebrity class, for the most part, that's not the real issue. The real issue is that this weaponizes the whole society against men in general.
Right.
What it does is that you can clearly have an exploitative, extortionist atmosphere where the courts go along with it, and they've been doing it for decades. Everybody knows that the court system is weaponized against men and has been for decades. Women don't go places that are not friendly to them.
Right.
Women are not eager to go to places that are not friendly to them. So women, the state is friendly. Going to the state building, welfare, food stamps, the state is hostile to men, friendly to females.
Yes, sir.
The court system is hostile to men, friendly to females. That's why women have no problem going.
Yes,
because
sir.
As far as they're concerned, the court is on their side before they get there. If the court system were hostile to women, they would avoid it like the plague. They go because it's friendly to them.
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way for a while. So divorce court, child support court, it's always been rigged and weighted against men.
Yes,
and because the civil rights generation was more concerned with sexual access than survival, they sat there and watched it slowly become this toxic cesspool against men. And now it's metastasized to this lethal extent.
And big brother, just to add to your point, how dangerous those court systems are, especially with the family court system. You know, and a lot of because I've seen a lot of brothers get caught up like this. If they're behind on enough child support, they lose their passport privileges and their driving privileges because
but a female can be as abusive and negligent as she pleases, and what privileges will she lose?
Right.
If she can't take care of her kids, here's some welfare and food stamps.
Yes, sir.
So the women don't get penalized.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to standby.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, let me go ahead and put y'all back over here. I think we got reconnected here now, so shouldn't have all of y'all sitting here to begin with. Let me put one of you back in the waiting room here. Okay, Brother Elijah, you should be back on here right now.
Yes, big brother, I'm back.
Okay, we're
sorry
having
about that. I don't know what happened. There was a bad connection, so
we're having a signal issue of some kind. It looks like here, so it's Friday. But anyway, I was saying that the court system's been weaponized, and you were asking about as men. When do we reach the snapping point as men socially issued?
Yes, because it's looking like it's gonna have to, maybe not today, but it's maybe somewhere in the future there will be a snap point. Because the reason I said that, there was a broadcast I forgot who you was talking to, and you was and it ties into what you were saying tonight, especially about all the lying the women do. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of the lying the women do, big brother. And you say a woman should always keep her word. All right. It's one thing when a man doesn't keep his word and lie. It's another thing when a woman does it. The reason, and you said it perfectly. You said the reason a man can lie and not keep his word is because he has the muscle to back it up. Okay, that goes into this point. This woman, she understands, like, she got a lot of weak male support. If she didn't have any weak male support, she knows damn well she couldn't pull this off like that. Could I be wrong?
Yeah, I mean, because like right now, what we have is a society where most males have taken ass kissing and pandering as a sexual strategy.
Right.
And so in their minds, and as men, we have to level with this. In their minds, they don't owe anything to the male collective.
Right.
In their minds.
Right.
So they are willing to sell everybody out so that they can finally get their turn at something. Because remember, most males out here are sexless today. And by sexless, I don't mean they necessarily don't get any sex at all. They're just not having sex with anything they want. So they're scavenging. And their strategy is lie, cheat, steal, sell everybody out. And they're not accountable to the other men. So they figure, okay, if I got to do something dirty and rabid, let me go ahead and do that.
Right.
What do I got to do to get my turn? I will do any ruthless, cutthroat thing I have to do. And so selling out other men becomes the number one thing.
Yes, sir.
If I undermine the other men, that'll raise my stock and raise my chances. That's where we're at. So as men, there's a disciplinary issue that's at play. But the other thing is that also as men, you don't survive if you are not brutally in touch with how hostile the environment is.
Yes, sir.
And how hostile the terrain is. And if you are unwilling to face up to that, it doesn't work.
Yes, sir.
It's not going to work for you if you are not willing to face up to how hostile the terrain really is. Period.
Yes, sir.
So as men, we should have passed that point of intolerance a long time ago. As a group. Please understand, there are women who are getting together and scheming on how to undermine us as we speak.
What? Yes, of course.
I mean, there are lawyers, there's think tanks. When they talk about these women's groups, all they talk about is what they don't like about men.
Yes, sir.
And what more needs to be extracted from us. Doesn't matter what the situation is. Every conversation is about how do we get to extract more out of the men. And what I'm saying is that a lot of fellows are like, well, you know what? If I just stop being productive and don't really do very much, well, then let me see if I can get that to work. Let me see if I can beg enough.
Yes, sir.
But I'll just lower my output. And all that really does is create a vicious cycle downward.
Yes, sir.
That's where we are today. That's not where we're on our way to. That's where we are today.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I let you guys know that, hey, when you have a chick who's a strong 6, but she can lay up with Shannon Sharpe, she no longer thinks she's a 6. She thinks she's a 10.
Right.
And when you let her know that she is not a 10, she's like, oh, all bets are off.
Right.
I can do whatever. But that's because she's got women in the society that'll back that. But as men, we already know this.
Yes, sir.
So the fellas within the society who have decided that selling everybody else out so that he can finally get an opportunity to lay on top of a strong foe, that's going to be the way to go. That's the problem.
Yes, sir. I got one last question, and I promise I'm gonna land my plane because I know the sister's waiting for you. This question is something you said about Alex not so fine. All right, with his situation with CBB. You said that he's a simp, and I don't even know if no, excuse me, not a simp. You called him a pookie, and I gotta respectfully disagree with you on that. That man is far beyond a pookie, big brother. That is a level of bitch simping if I've ever seen it. Because even Pookie won't even get that. Pookie will use CBB for recreational use. This stupid bastard married this nasty piece of shit. All right, could I be wrong, big brother? And then I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Well, look, I mean, definitely Alex was not held to a standard that the rest of us would get held to, because if Cassie was sitting there with any black male, they would have been ripped them apart. They would have been done that. They wouldn't have held on to that at all. Period.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to do that, especially with the fact there was so much false flagging going on.
Right.
That wouldn't be acceptable at all.
Yes, sir.
That wouldn't be acceptable, period. All that kind of false flagging going on, that wouldn't be acceptable. Let me show y'all something here. Let me go in the crates right quick.
Yes, sir, big brother.
Let me go in the crates right quick. Well, there's one little problem here. I don't know why the hell they got this up here, and it's not cool. If you go to Cassie's Instagram. If you go to Cassie's Instagram, man, she's you go back to 2023.
Yes, sir.
She's got all kinds of pictures up there. She's standing there with Alex and whatnot, and I'm like, okay, baby, you living with, things are going so great. You're living with your parents over there.
Right.
You getting ready to scheme up and scam up on some Diddy money. You wouldn't know it by looking at her Instagram. You wouldn't know it. Not in 2023. In 2023, when she was gearing up for that lawsuit, let me go ahead and pop this on y'all screens right quick. This is from Cassie, May 2023. What you see on your screen right here, this is her from May 2023.
Yes, sir.
Inspired by peace. Yeah, things were going so great and you were so peaceful that you demanded to bring Diddy back into your life so you could sue because things with Alex were going so great. This was May of 2023, folks. May of 2023. Now we know where she was and what her living situation was in 2023. Now we know what it was. We know what it was because, as I showed you all here from the BBC, November 2023 was when she filed that lawsuit. But Diddy's lawyer said, by the way, she had just moved to her parents' house with her husband and her children. 2023. But this is what the hell she was posting on Instagram in 2023.
Right.
Every phony hoe in the world has a fake timeline that's showing up here as if everything's great and everything's wonderful and this is the face they present to the damn world. And now we know, by the way, you were so at peace at your parents' house. Yeah, you couldn't stand it. You said, let me get a lawyer. I got to get the hell up out of here. I will sue Diddy. I need Diddy back in my life because otherwise I don't have a chance at anything.
Hey, big brother, you did make a post on X that Diddy should stop all payments to Cassie. Is that possible? Because I think that would be a great thing if he does. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of folks want to pretend that they know who's paying what. We don't even know who's paying it. Some folks thought it might be the insurance company. Not really sure. People should stop trying to act like they're smarter about it than they are because it's not really sure if it were. My whole thing is, don't nobody just give you $20 million. Nobody just does that.
Right.
So I would want to get a little more information on who exactly paid that. If it is Diddy, hell yeah. First of all, I wouldn't pay in the first place.
Right, of course.
Because I would have told you, dude, the other shoe gonna drop. She's not just gonna sue; the other shoe is gonna drop. And furthermore, if you do this just encourages others. So, should he do it? If he has, sure. Now the other thing is, take a look at Vince McMahon. It didn't work out so great for Vince. But right. I mean, at this point right here, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to do so. If I were him, sure, I would have.
Right, of course.
I don't know if he will, but if I were him, I wouldn't have paid in the first place, but I damn sure would have stopped it now.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, I definitely agree, big brother. All right. And on that note, I'm going to land my plane right there and for the other sister to come in. And thank you so much for taking my call, big brother. Excellent.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Yeah, buddy, I mean, nobody talked about this stuff here before. Why in the hell has there not been a conversation like this before now? Why has there not been a conversation about this before now? Why wasn't that the headline news that, by the way, hey, Cassie, you're flat broke and living with your parents and Alex has been a complete dud? Why is it they didn't show that on the damn Instagram timeline? Wouldn't that be relevant, folks? Wouldn't that be relevant to see that and to know that? Wouldn't that be relevant? You know, because if we're going to sit up here and talk about Bow Wow or whoever it was, Young Scrappy or whoever it was sitting on the damn plane, talking out there on the private jet and they were sitting in coach or whatever. I mean, if we're going to do that, shouldn't we have a whole conversation? Because if it was a black male who he had to move in with her parents, if it was Columbus Short, how would the conversation be going if it was Columbus Short? What would they be saying if you told the whole damn truth? And by the way, are all the hoes who were backing it, are they coming back and saying anything differently? Are they coming back and saying, by the way, that, Cassie, we've had a different thought about this. We've had a different thought about it. Because that's not what they're doing. That isn't what they're doing. I want to show you something else here just in case. I want to show you something else here just in case. Let me go ahead and just briefly remind you, this was on her Instagram 2023. This was after they had sent the extortion letters to Diddy saying you need to pay us. This was after she sent the extortion letters to Diddy. This was August 2023. She's living with her parents and her white husband is living in the house with them. What? And this is what she had in August 2023. This is what she had in November 2023. This was when she filed the lawsuit. This is what she had on her Instagram in November of 2023 when she filed the lawsuit. As we have said up here and point out here, she filed the lawsuit against Diddy in 2023. This was in November 2023. This was her November 2023 on her Instagram. Faking and lying to the world that everything's great and everything's wonderful. And in reality, she was dying inside. She was putting up all these pictures because she was a nervous wreck and was dying inside because her and the new husband are living with her parents. But this was the way she was looking on Instagram. And what I'm saying is, if this were a black man, would Zaddy Twitter and ass kissing Twitter sit up here and be like, well, you know what? They happy. All that matters is her peace. Girl, money don't matter, girl. Money don't matter. Y'all can go 50-50.
Damn!
Where are all the chicks who say you can't go 50-50 because y'all hoes was quiet as hell? Now that the truth has come out, by the way, you don't see a bunch of chicks sitting up here big up in Alex anymore. Now that the truth has come out, we can go 50-50, right? We can go 50-50, right? Can't we do that? It must be okay to go 50-50 now because Alex ain't bringing nothing to the damn table but that cowboy hat. They can't bring nothing to the table but that cowboy hat. That's all. Let me go ahead here in the chat room. Act now. Need to go ahead and hit me up on Zoom. I'm so glad you said that. I would love to get more elaboration. So Act Now 773. You need to go ahead and give me a call up here on Zoom. We need to parlay. So let me go ahead and get Act Now 773 to hit me up here on Zoom so we can get some more clarity about that. I need some more clarity on that. But yeah, by the way, nobody wanted to go ahead and talk about this before. And she cheesing. Now, if this were a black male and this was the way he had his woman and his kids living, all them hoes, he got his house. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
All them hoes would be on Instagram telling her, girl, you need to go back to Diddy. They be telling her, girl, you can't be with no scrub like that. Well, no, he's white. So they be like, well, you know, girl, just y'all can make it work. Y'all can make it work. You know, sometimes, you know, it's better to work for him than to be living lavish with Diddy. Knowing full damn well them same hoes will run you over in the go-kart to get to Diddy. If this were a black male and she had to move in with her damn parents, they wouldn't be sitting up here big up in her and talking about, that's great. They'd be saying, girl, you need to be somewhere else. They wouldn't have been defending that. That's the reason she filed the lawsuit. That's the reason she filed the lawsuit. And please remember, nobody was talking about this at the time. Nobody was saying this at the time. And nobody is telling her today about the 50-50 thing. Nobody's telling about that today. The 50-50 thing. Nobody's saying that today. Because Alex wasn't bringing anything. She left Diddy and crashed and burned. Alex ain't bringing nothing. And on top of that, not only is he bringing nothing, do you understand this really means? That she was a come up for him before the damn Diddy lawsuit. He was plowing her with children, which means that whatever he was just looking to hang on to her. That was it. Why is it that your media outlets did not talk about this like this? Why is it when they talk about Shannon Sharpe, they're not talking like this? Why is it when they talk about all these other people, Smokey Robinson and others, why are they not talking like this? When you go take a look at these chicks, they are flat broke, they are destitute, and the game is over. They rolled the dice, they bet on the wrong damn horses their whole lives. They were difficult, they were disrespectful, they didn't get with the damn program, they were easily traded in, and that was it. That was it. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Ambrosia up here on Zoom. Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I wanted to give my little 2 cents about the whole victim and sexual assault thing. I have come to understand that there tend to be 2 type of sexual assault victims. You have the one type where she just wants to retreat. She wants to put it all behind her. She kind of withdraws into herself. She becomes ashamed. It becomes a stain on her. It actually affects her mentally. She just wants to block it out and try to do her best to get past it. And then you have your victims who want nothing but blood, fire, and vengeance. I don't know any victim, not one, who says, you sexual assaulted me, so now you got to pay me. It's either I want your life or I just want to be left alone. And so you have women now who have weaponized victimhood, and there are real sexual assault victims out there, and it pisses me off because there are women out there who have been destroyed mentally by this, and you got hoes that's trying to get a quick come up, and it pisses me off. Nobody calls them out. Nobody goes after them when it finds out that they are actually lying. And it's majority of this happens to Black men. You really don't see this happening to white men. They don't allow this to get away with white men. They let Black men literally be hung on the ringer for this. And it has to stop. You have to stop weaponizing victimhood, because there are real victims out there, real victims who need help, who want justice, or who just want to be left alone. So it's women like Cassie that really, really piss me off. And until you start being accountable for your actions, being called out for your actions, then nobody's going to take us serious. You can only cry wolf so many times, Jason. You can only do this and say that I've been victimized so many times. You literally got women. I remember Cardi B was talking about robbing dudes. There are videos right now on TikTok of girls talking about, I'm just going on a date with this dude to set him up and rob him. But now if he was to switch it around and beat her, then she would say he was victimizing her. So it's just, it makes me, it infuriates me. It infuriates me. And something has to be done. These women need to be prosecuted. These women need to, I wish we could bring back shame, like putting public shame, walking them down the street with the big, huge cowbell, just yelling shame, shame, shame behind them. Because until they are become to make shame of their actions, this is not going to stop. It's going to continue. And you women, you have brothers, you have uncles, you have dads. You should be letting them know that these women out here, some of these chicks are your homegirls, especially if you're a stripper, especially if you out here in these streets, some of these chicks are your friends. But you have brothers. Now, if it happened to your brother, your uncle, or somebody in your family, then you would be ready to fight and call out. But if it's somebody else's brother, somebody else's uncle, somebody else's cousin, you don't give a damn. It's not until it hit home for you. I'm sorry. It triggered me.
Well, you make a number of good points there. And about what you were saying there at the beginning, the bottom line is, if we're going to be totally honest, that's not the way women.
No.
I don't think that you really believe you could count on other women to be able to do that. If we're just being honest about it, I don't think you all could count on them to do that, because these are stories that are trafficked to men for men's consumption, because it's intended to coerce men or entice men or pressure men into giving up more things.
Yes.
But that is not, women are only fragile when they get around men. When they get around each other, it's rough, rugged, and raw. When they get around, you think about in your life, it's been mostly females who've been cutthroat with you. Not the men.
Yes.
The men are acquiescent. Females can't really count on each other like that. So they know that it's a story that's sent to them. I'm just the guy who's being honest about it.
Yes. Because a real sexual assault victim, even if she does not go to the police, she's going to go to the ER. because you need a rape kit done. You could be pregnant. You could have an STD. You got to get tested for AIDS. I know because it has happened to me. I know for a fact because it has happened to me. And you want to get checked out because anything can happen, especially if you didn't use a condom. So this isn't something that you play with. This isn't something that you play with. These are people's lives at stake. And this is a very, very dangerous game. Very dangerous game. And we as women, this is on us because we know these women. Even if we haven't done it to ourselves, we know these women. And this is on us to make this stop. We have to start calling these hoes out. Ain't nobody mad that you know hoe. I done been a hoe. We done all been hoes to a certain extent. Ain't nobody mad at you hoeing. It's when you try to weaponize victimhood to get a bag. That's my problem.
Well,
that's my problem.
You know, when you were talking about that right there, when you said victimhood, weaponizing victimhood, and you said they shouldn't do that because, you know, that makes things difficult for the real victims.
Yes.
Baby, they don't care about that. I mean, the average female, can we just be honest? Sisterhood is only useful if men are around. When women are by themselves and got to look out for each other, that doesn't happen. Sisterhood is a rallying cry to gang up on men. It is not a tool that women employ with each other. So they don't care what happens to you. They don't care what you don't get, long as she gets hers. Mm-hmm. If she can get what she came for, if it slams the door behind her and the rest of you don't get anything, she's like, "Heifer, too bad for y'all. I'm good. I'm good." And that's what it's really about. It's really about that. So when you make a very good point, hey, they shouldn't do stuff like that because that makes it harder on everybody else. Yeah, but that assumes they give a damn what happens to the rest of you. Long as they're good, long as they're cool, long as she got what she came for, if she can get over, damn the rest of you if you couldn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And until we start basically, I don't want to necessarily say isolating those women. They shouldn't be a part. They should not be allowed to be part of the certain circles. It's just as simple as that. They should be put on blast. Their lives should be made hell, just like they did to those men. Just like that. And we have to protect our men. That means protecting them from us, protecting them from our sisters, protecting these from these women. We have to protect them. How do we expect them to protect us if we're not going to protect them? Nobody's going to protect a black woman like a black man. I know my ex-husband is white. One of the reasons why I got out of that marriage, he wasn't going to protect me against his family. It was going to be me against his entire family. And I was not going to bring a child into that. It took me making that mistake, realizing ain't nobody going to protect me like no black man. I don't give a damn what he say, what he do. No man is going to protect black women like black men.
So you had an Alex Fine.
Oh, no. My ex-husband was a fracking engineer for Halliburton. he had
please.
Money. He had money.
Nigga,
I lived
what?
well.
Oh, please.
I lived well. But it doesn't matter.
Oh, please.
How am I supposed to have a child with a man who ain't going to even protect me against his family? And I'm in my most vulnerable point. I'm in my most vulnerable situation. That ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. It ain't gonna work. And I wasn't about to, that was just my decision. It was less than 4 months, but I came to that realization. I wasn't doing right in the marriage anyway. I was doing the same thing. I wasn't doing right in that marriage. So,
well, you and Cassie had some parallels, so because she wasn't doing right either.
That's why I know. So they need to stop. And you have to be accountable for your actions. You have to. And you have to start protecting our men. Nobody gonna protect us. It's just as simple as that. You cannot weaponize victimhood and think somebody is gonna come to your rescue. It's just not gonna happen. Women aren't coming to your rescue. A woman ain't supposed to risk her life for you. We're not risking our lives for no female. I'm not putting my life on the line for not one female. None. Not even in my family. So.
Well, glad it turned out for you better than it has for Cassie, because she's got a reputation going there. But, you know, the sisterhood is a wonderful thing as a slogan. But as a literal thing, it doesn't work. That's the problem. As a literal thing, it doesn't work.
I have learned that whenever you try to correct, especially Black women, whenever you try to correct their behavior, they immediately get hostile. They immediately get loud, and they immediately want to physically fight you because you are calling out their actions immediately. So it's just like at a certain point, you kind of feel like you just leave them, let them be doomed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because they don't want to be right. They want you to change your ways to accommodate their actions, even if it's wrong. And if you don't back them, then somehow you're betrayed. You're betraying them. And this is where we are. And I know this for a fact with Black women. I got friends now. If I try to be on, I know many times I try to be honest with them. They get an attitude, bitch, you ain't gotta say it like that, blah, blah, and get an attitude. And that's sad. That's sad. But how do you think you're gonna grow and evolve and be better? So it's kind of like they don't want to be made better. They want you to accept their deficient ways. And then they want you to risk your life for them.
It costs a lot to do that, and being a man today costs a lot. So it's you have a lot of risk, and I don't think that people give that the gravity that requires. The other thing is, you know, it costs you time and effort that you don't get back, and those are years, and especially when you're having to sacrifice stuff, those are years and time that you don't get back. And you make a good point about, you know, women today, being wrong isn't a deal breaker. Like, a man doesn't want to be shackled to a situation where she's happy doing it wrong. That's how Cassie ended up living back with her parents. What? We got to call it what it is. We've all seen her. We've all seen that chick. Mm-hmm. She hard-headed, she in them streets, she wanted to run around with rappers, she fast as hell, she mixed as hell.
Damn!
Come on now, mixed chicks with big eyes, and we know where this is going. She wanted to live that life, and she's going to see how much she can hustle that light skin, and she saw how far it would go. She's out there in them streets, folks lying. I was the only person who just dissected for you all what the lawsuits were really saying. Diddy, there's still people today lying, talking about Diddy introduced her to drugs. That's not what the lawsuit said. I had to decipher that for you all. That's not what it said. She was already using drugs before. Diddy had her using something. That was the first time she started using that stuff with him. Mm-hmm. Got folks still running around lying today, talking about he introduced her to drugs. No, he didn't. Mm-hmm. Any more than he introduced her to the music scene. What the hell you think she was doing with Ryan Leslie? You don't take Miss Goody Two Shoes nice girl and she's at the freak off. Mm-hmm. Miss Goody Two Shoes nice girl does not leave her square boyfriend and go to Miami on a whim with Diddy. That's not Miss Square nice girl. That's in these streets, body about that life girl who's like, oh, my number just came in. Bye, Ryan. Bye. My number just came in. And if you don't want to believe that's what you're looking at, then you're going to be a fool for it. So there's a lot of folks who want you to be willfully ignorant. She's just one. So we all seen that. It didn't go according to plan when things came up snake eyes because she didn't leave Diddy because the situation had changed, or she didn't leave Diddy because she had some epiphany. Diddy found himself something new he liked. Baby, I've been with you for 10 damn years. Ass on to the next. I'm ready for the new hotness. Let's get that popping. I thought you was gonna quit fooling with her, girl. He's gonna quit fooling with you. The new one is here. Just like you replaced the last one. She hit her. Your replacement has shown up, and And that's when she decided she had strokes she didn't really have. And next thing you know, she ends up back with her parents again. Baby, that's a broad with no plan. Because I would be upset about that. How the hell is your daughter running around for 10 damn years with Diddy, and at the end of the sleigh ride, she has not a thing to show for it? Nothing.
That's bad business.
What the hell were you doing for a decade? When you left us, you didn't have nothing. 10 years later, you come back with nothing but a bunch of booty tales to tell. And that's it? That's all you have to show for it? Baby, you wouldn't tolerate your kids doing that for a decade at a job. You work with them folk for how many years? And what do you got? Not a 401k, not an IRA, not a vacation. You don't have anything? Are you sure you were really working? Are you sure you weren't lying about having a job? Are you sure you were really working? And all I'm saying is that I feel very confident about that, because even in the time frame after that, she ain't have nothing popping. She just went on Instagram trying to make it look like she was glamorous. And now we all know, baby, you was lying and fronting your ass off. I don't know who the hell you had taking these pictures, but then again, that's not very hard to do either, by the way.
I know many women whose timeline is lies. Will sit up there, sitting literally next to you, and check themselves in at the airport like they're getting ready to fly somewhere. I've seen it. I've literally seen it. Just the whole timeline is lying. And that's because nobody can call them out on it. I mean, they don't know. It's easy to lie. It's easy to fantasize. Nobody really wants to be truthful on the internet. You know why? You don't have to be. You can create whatever false narrative you want. And unless somebody truly knows you, nobody would ever know. Cassie threatened a man's life to kill this man and have him buried, and nobody would find his body when he said he was going to expose videotapes of her. This is not a good girl. This is not a girl who has a fear of men. She's threatening a man's life. I will have you disappear. This isn't a chick who's fearful of men. This is a chick who's about that life. So there are no, unless you're a child, there really are no victims today. There are no victims. I
mean, unless they see a payout for it. If this is the environment that we're in today, I just want folks to be honest. Jason, what do we do about this? The first thing we do is have an honest conversation. This is not going to be verboten. This is not going to be forbidden. We're not going to pretend and play about this kind of stuff right here. We're going to call it exactly what it is. I'm perfectly fine with that. Hey, if you get with a fellow who's making 7 figures, I'm telling y'all, they're all the same. Jason, what do you mean by that? No man, do you know how hard it is to do that? What the hell are you talking about? Ain't nobody giving it away, unless you're on Epstein Island or something. But that's especially for a black man, you got to earn that. That takes an outrageous amount of effort and work and time and dedication. You got to give, there is no work-life balance. You just work, and that is it to get there. But no man does that because he's bored. He does that because he wants to have exceptional resources so that he can have exceptional benefits. He don't want average benefits. He doesn't want average returns. He doesn't want average rewards. He wants to make spectacular income with spectacular resources so that he can live a spectacular life getting spectacular rewards. That's what he's doing that for. That's what the 7 figures is for. Because you can't get where he's at making $50,000 a year, $100,000 a year, $150,000, $200,000. You can't get there from here. You live in the but bro, you can't get there from here. So if a fella is doing that, it takes too much work. They're all motivated by the same thing. What's going to keep you doing that at 2:00 in the morning, 2:00 in the afternoon? You have to be equally devoted and equally focused all the whole damn time. You have to stay consistent over the course of years and decades. What the hell's fueling that? When most other people give up short term, there must be something he wants real bad that it's fueling him every day, whereas everybody else is like, man, screw this. Let me get back to my job at McDonald's. There's something exceptional that is driving him because there's something exceptional that he wants. So if that and the level of work it takes is going to be the same for all of them, that's how I'm telling you they're the same. because the work and effort they're going to have to put into it is going to be the same. Ain't going to be no slacking. You're all going to have to give blood, sweat, and years. Oh, then you're all the same. You're all the same. Now, maybe you don't want the same type of freak off Diddy does. Maybe you don't. But what you do want is the power to do it. Now that you do want. Maybe you ain't gonna bring them boys over here. Okay. But the bottom line is you want the ability to be able to host something like that. You want the ability to make that kind of thing happen. Otherwise, why do you need all these resources? If you're not going to do anything with it, you don't amass all those resources because you're not going to do something. You amass all those resources because you know exactly what you're going to do. And you can't do it on 100 G's a year. That's the reason. That's the reason. So those men are all the same. Them guys are hanging out at the pool hall. They're all the same. You don't get there any other way. Those guys are always on the basketball court. They're the same. The NFL athletes, they're the same. There's going to be some variation a little bit, but the bottom line is they couldn't get here if they weren't all uniform. How the hell did they all get here without doing the same thing? They had to do the same thing to get here. Then they must be the same type of person. That's it. Right there. So I can have an honest conversation about that. Okay, can we have an honest conversation about the hoes?
Yes.
And just say, you know what? It is what it is. Hey, ladies, let's just be honest. If you had an opportunity to hustle them draws, it's just, okay, all you really want to know is it worth it? Is it worth it? Well, Jason, how can you say that? They clutching their pearls. We got the red pill movement exists because of so many males who are hurt and scorned because females dropped them for a better option or demonstrated to them that they were nakedly desiring another man or another type of man. And he's been scratching his head ever since trying to figure out why not me. These are things that women will do for other men without thinking and not for you. Well, dude, there is a psychology to it. There is a logic to it. It's there. I didn't say you're going to like it, but it's there. So when they tell you all what they would not do and, oh, Diddy was this bad, what they really mean is, baby, she didn't get her turn. She didn't get her turn. She didn't get her shot. So she has no problem doing that. And if Diddy makes this through this unscathed, they'll be right back over there lined up with him. The same chick sitting up here on your timeline. If Diddy slid in their DMs, they would fly out to LA quiet as kept.
Remember, OJ was on trial for murder. You think that stopped the white women from pursuing him after he got off? No. Oh my God, bro. Hell no, man. So it's just, brothers, you have to step carefully out here. There are you are literally, there are more female sharks out here than there are men. So you really have to protect yourselves because they're not going to be honest. It's rare for a female to say, you know what, the problems in my life I caused. The majority of my pain, I contributed to it. These men that I chose because of my character flaws. That takes a lot of self-awareness and accountability. And there's just not there yet. I'm old chick, so it's easier for me to get there now. When I was in my 20s, I would have been the same way. Hard-headed, stubborn, everything else. So it took me constantly falling on my face to finally say, I'm tired of this. I'm the one that keeps messing up my life. I'm the one that keeps disappointing me. And that's very hard to do. But until you start doing it, your life is never going to get better. Your life is never going to change. And you're never going to evolve and grow as women. You're going to continually fail. And you're going to end up basically in a house with a whole bunch of bastard babies by yourself, struggling at your parents' house on welfare.
You know,
probably where you deserve.
And what you're saying there, you know, that's all very accurate, but here's the bigger issue on top of that, which is what makes what you just said so consequential. Do you realize that for every female who has a story like that, there's a man who they were sapping the life out of
Mm-hmm.
For every female with a story of being hard-headed and difficult and falling on their faces, there's a story of a man who was getting the damn life sucked out of him with her sitting on top of him.
Mm-hmm.
Sucking the blood out of him, parasiting onto him. Women are rarely hard-headed by themselves because it costs you to be hard-headed, so you need somebody to subsidize that. Mm-hmm. So women only are hard-headed when they have the luxury to be. And what that means is there's a man who is subsidizing it. There's a man who is subsidizing some of that cost and paying some of that cost. Because otherwise it would, if a female is a hard-head in her 20s and tries to do it by herself, she's going to get slaughtered. So they're only, quote, hard-headed if there's somebody there to soften the blow and to carry that load for her. And by what you were saying is that, okay, well, they have to fall on their faces over and over again. So in other words, by the time she's aged out, ragged out, all the prime viability, everything that allowed all that, leeway she was given, okay, now I'll listen. Well, the benefits are gone. The benefit to a man to pay that subsidy for you, it's only when the men stop calling, like I said, now they'll listen. But baby, you ain't got nothing else to offer. There's the problem. They want to wait until there's nothing left to offer. Okay, now I'll listen. Yeah, all that stuff you were telling me to do before, and I didn't want, okay, I'll do it now. And this is why I was driving around today. And there was a chick. She was old, she was white, she was real skinny looking, and she had a sign. She had a sign about, God will provide. Think about this for a few moments. She was panhandling on a corner, busy intersection, 90 million degrees outside because I was out there about 11 a.m. We're talking about Louisiana heat, which is like no other place on this planet.
Mm-hmm. On top of the humidity.
Not even Texas. Louisiana is a special type of dangerous. Louisiana heat is a special type of dangerous. And I've been to Arizona, New Mexico in the summer. My state is a special type of deadly. She was out there in the middle of the day. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, how did you end up here? How did you end up here? Religion can be a helpful thing, but are you retreating to religion now? Because for females, baby, you know how this is. Women only talk about religion when the men stop showing up. When they got men and benefits and it's all raining money, and women don't talk about God. The men are begging them to be religious, sanctified, saintly females when they're in their 20s. The women are like, man, I don't need none of that. It's only when things get rough that all of a sudden they start appealing to the universe. When the female starts appealing to the universe, that's because the tangible benefits have been turned off. And all I can think is, ma'am, you are old right now in the middle of an intersection holding up a sign, and this is very pathetic to see. It very, very much is. I can't help but think that there's a man somewhere in your past who is talking about everything that he wasted on you. I don't know if it's your father, your brother, boyfriend, husband, second husband, third, but you on this street corner, I guarantee there's at least one man who can go back over his finances and his life, and he spent years wasting his resources and his ability on you, while you were deciding you had the luxury of being hard-headed and difficult, and that it didn't matter that it cost him. Because, well, he'll take care of that. Because daddy took care of it, and all these daddy's girls. Daddy took care of it, and then they go into the world, and everybody else. they have an abusive relationship with their dad, and now they're looking for a man to replicate that with, and we're just going to suck the life out of him. That costs men. That costs them. And it isn't that men today are unmotivated. Well, I mean, it's not today that men don't want anything. It's just that what they're seeing doesn't motivate them. What do you get? I mean, you have the truly downtrodden and desperate who are willing to just make a deal with anything that slogs through the door. So let me get this straight. You've been working all your life here to go ahead and get your pension pimping and salary simping on and whatnot. We're going to go grab somebody's baby mama. We're going to go grab somebody's ex-stripper. We're going to go grab somebody's 50-something-year-old. We're going to go grab somebody's washed up, worn out. This is what you did all that work for? Was that what you set out to do when you began this journey? This is what you did all that for? All that sacrificing to the extent you did, that's what it was for? Because to me, that doesn't seem like a proportional reward. So I'm so glad you talked about the hard-headed thing, because you're absolutely right. The only problem I have with that, the bigger issue I have with that is that costs somebody. Somebody paid a price for being in vicinity of that, of dealing with that, because that wasn't what they signed up for. No man says, you know what I need is a hard-headed female for me to produce $200,000 a year. What would really motivate me to make $200,000 a year is a hard-headed female. So if I could just get that would make me a better man. That's not the way that works. I'll let you have the last word.
For the young ladies that are listening, if what Jason is saying, or even what I have said, has triggered you, understand that it is a good thing. It's a really good thing, because it only is going to trigger you if there's some truth that applies to you. So now you can acknowledge it and accept it for what it is, or you can acknowledge it and say, I need to do something to change. You don't want to be 45 years old living with your parents because of the horrible decisions you made in your 20s and your 30s. If you are here and you are listening to this, you know for a fact that if it applies to you. So get out of your ego, look at yourself in the mirror and say, I want better for myself. And the only way I'm going to get better for myself is I start being accountable for myself. I start calling myself out for my own shit. Own your shit, ladies, or you're going to drown in it. That's all I need to say. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Being a hard-headed female is not a victimless crime. It is not. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again. I think I got Act Now over here on Zoom. Let's see if we can get Act Now to step to the forefront here. There you go. All right, Act Now. What is on your mind?
What's up, my guy? Jason, what's up, man?
All right, brother. He's looking like a discount Neo up here. What? All right, brother. What's on your mind?
I mean, now your modders, they call me up, my guy. What's going on?
No, sir. That was not my mod, sir. That was me.
What's going on? What's your question?
Okay, brother. He was asked to call in. Now he's like, I don't know what it was, brother. If you're asked to call in, you know what you said at the time you did. Come on now. Let's not do that.
So look, there's two questions, right?
There you go.
There's two statements that I have, because you know me, Jason. I ain't gonna bullshit you. I don't got time for all that. So there's two questions, right? Let me go with the question. What I said was this, right? Without making her earn or invest, you're not a boss. You're a customer, right? And then the second one I said was, if you're a client, clients act like giants, right? Those are the two things that I said. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, well, I don't know if you said those two things, but you also said most black men can't handle one woman, let alone two or three.
Right. I did say that.
Okay. Let me say we found the extra one in there. All right, go ahead.
So what you want me to explain that my reason to that?
Absolutely.
I mean, it is true, bro. I think most brothers can't handle more than two or three women, let alone one woman, because I think from and here's my perception, right? And here's my point, right? And I'm speaking from my era because we talked about this a long time ago, me and you, in one of your last broadcasts. I think it was like a few years back, and I won like 6 months to get back. That in my era, a lot of dudes are very emotional. A lot of cats are very emotional. I'm from that era of Gen Z, where I've seen a lot of brothers, even from my own experience, now that I've grown to an extent, who have problems with dealing with women. And it's cost a lot of brothers their lives, especially out here in the streets. And so when I'm saying that, I'm saying that from a standpoint of before you can handle a woman, you got to handle yourself first. Okay. Before you get to do anything first, you got to handle yourself first. If you're not good financially or mentally, physically or spiritually, and I remember you talked about this in the components of the dimensions of what makes the dimensions of a man in one of your broadcasts is that you're not really fit to lead anyone. And I've always said this, the 3 T's, test, troubles, and times. You got to go through stuff first before you can lead other people to the promised land.
Okay. Let me go ahead and address what you said first in the comment there, and then tonight, I'm glad you said that. This is the reason I wanted you to call up, because I think this is going to be a good teaching moment here. It'll be an opportunity for you all to update your files.
Join me, and I will complete your training.
Time to go ahead and update your files, folks. Now, first, let me deal with what you said originally. Most black men can't handle one woman, let alone 2 or 3. So, let me go ahead and deal with the first thing here. And by the way, your camera's not on, sir. So before y'all do the OnlyFans thing, I need you to take care of that for me. So before I go any further here, when you say most black men can't handle one woman, let alone 2 or 3, explain what exactly. Well, slow down. Explain exactly what it is you mean by they can't handle one woman.
Can you, not to cut you off or anything, but I'm just saying, can you see me on your camera?
Yes, sir. I'm the only one who can see you.
Okay, got it. Perfect.
Now, you said that most black men cannot handle one woman. I would like to have some clarity on what exactly that means.
So what I mean by that, right? Most black men can't even handle one woman, let alone 2, 3. Because you see so much confusion and hatred. Most men get emotional, lose structure, and fall into simping or being tricks themselves. It's about the discipline and the mindset, not just the numbers. That's what I mean by it.
Okay. Let me go ahead and address that statement. Because first of all, you're not really answering the question, I don't think. Maybe you're having some difficulty, wrapping your head around that concept, which is a good reason why you're here. Because the real thing is you didn't say what would you define as being able to handle one woman?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sir. I'm asking you, what do you define as what would being able to handle one woman look like to you?
You gotta, what that means to me, in my opinion, right, is that you gotta control your emotions. That's one. You gotta set boundaries and rules.
Control your emotions is a metaphor. What does that mean? And what does it have to do with women?
You don't let her make your moods, your drama, manipulate you, or shake her calm. You know what I'm saying? You got to stay steady. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know if I can just turn it a different way.
You have to maintain your feng shui. All right. And what else?
Setting boundaries and rules. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have any clear expectations of what's allowed and what's not, then she might not know what your standards, and she might not respect it if you don't explain those clear boundaries and rules. You know what I'm saying? And leadership and direction. Because, as the man, you're supposed to lead the relationship with a mission, with a purpose. It's not about you and her. It's about the mission that you set. You got to make decisions that benefits you both, but you can't let her lead or dictate the terms.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying.
There is a fallacy in there. And let me explain to you what the fallacy is, and this will give you an opportunity to update your files. And to everybody here listening tonight, this is an opportunity to update your files. We've all heard that phrase before, and I was one of the people who told you about that. Most black men can't handle one woman, let alone two or three. He's got a kind of vague definition of what taking care of, what handling one woman would be. But here's the problem. Even by the standard that you just tried to define, how many women actually qualify for that? What percentage of the female population today, even as a singular female, even qualifies for what you just named?
Man, that's out of if we had to go by a number, only like 1 out of like 10, maybe 2 out of 10
right.
qualify for that.
Right.
Only 2 out of 10 qualify for that.
Right. So what I'm saying is that as a vague ideal concept, what you said might make sense to you, but as a literal mathematical statistic, most females have the caliber of male that they qualify for. They just don't like him because he reflects her qualities. She thinks that she should have an on-point male, even though she is the total opposite of an on-point female. So she wants a man who is smart, quick, competent, put together, resourceful, insightful, so that she doesn't have to be. I'll say this again. There's this trend on Instagram about females post up these things about their walking places looking ditzy and bimbo-ish as hell, talking about they love being with a man so they can turn their brains off. What the hell does, and the fella looking all around like he's on watch somewhere. And I'm like, what the hell kind of man wants to be with a female who wants to turn her brain off? What use are you to a man with your damn brain turned off? And why would you even want that? That's not a flex. That's not a compliment. If he's vigilant, you're supposed to be vigilant. If he's competent, you're supposed to be equally competent. If he's on point, you're supposed to be equally on point. What the hell is this? All you are is a burden and bragging about it? That your fantasy is to be a burden on a man, and that he's gonna gleefully sit there and take a look at this brain dead gerbil over here next to me. What the hell? So in reality, most females are not happy about the quality of male that they have because the quality of male is incompetent, but he reflects her incompetence. And she does not want to level with that. She thinks she should have a man who is far better than her. Not a little, way better. She can be completely reckless and irresponsible and undisciplined, and she's going to have a man who is completely safe and competent and disciplined. Oh yes, and also exciting and sexy and sexual and got swag. So when you really think about it, no, most men can handle the women today because there's not very much to do or very much to handle. The women are just not happy with the caliber of it. But in reality, I would submit to you that for the caliber of most females who are out here, yeah, most men can handle it. They sure can. Here's a little weed. Here's a little drink. Some of them playing the Xbox. She's got Candy Crush on.
I mean, there's some truth into that. I really do think there's some truth into that. But at the same time, though, in my lifestyle and what I do is, if you go messing around with the wrong woman, that might be your ass.
I mean, certainly that could be, but then again, define the wrong woman.
The wrong woman is someone or a woman. let me say this. Is someone who is not connected or aligned with you or your goals or what you're trying to accomplish. Because you can get a lot of women can pretend to like someone or to be there in the vision, but that doesn't mean they actually represent you. You got to have a lot of discernment. And that's why you got to ask a lot of questions. That interview is so important. That's why I ask a lot of questions like that.
Well, let me go ahead and remind you fellas one more time. There are no good girls. There's just varying degrees of bad.
And deal with it, nigga.
That's the first thing. Get that out of your head about good girls. There are no good girls. Period. There's not a single female listening to me right now who is or desires to be a good girl. Not a one. Every female in here has some thong underwear. Damn! Every female, most of y'all got G-strings. Auntie, chill! They got rubbing salts. They got scented and flavored lotions. Every single female listening to me live or recorded, she does not see herself as a Catholic schoolgirl. She doesn't desire to be. She doesn't want to be polypurebred. She doesn't want to be a soccer mom. If she does see herself as a soccer mom, she sees herself as the soccer mom with her booty cheeks jiggling when she walks across the field because she wants the men looking. No female desires to be a, quote, good girl. They all want to be varying degrees of bad. Some want to be a little bad, some want to be rotten. But as men, you are giving yourself false expectations. If you start from the standpoint of this is the, quote, right woman. No woman wants to be, quote, the right woman for you. She wants you to be the right man for her. But most women are not sitting here trying to figure out how to be the right one for you. Notice that in female circles, the men talk about what they need to do to be what the women want. You don't ever see the women getting together talking about, here's what we need to do to be what the men want. As far as they're concerned, the men should just want whatever I'm bringing. But they don't have conversations about what they're lacking because they start from the standpoint of he should just want what I got already.
Hey, Jason, let me ask you this question. So this is, in your experience, how much of this, actually, let me rephrase that a little bit more. What is your take on emotional discipline required to manage multiple women without losing your mind or power?
That phrase, emotional discipline, that needs to be used in context with other men. Females are way more emotional than us. Period. Now, if you got somebody's whiny ass mama's boy, that's different. But men as a group, we are not anywhere near as emotional as females are, period. If you do not believe me, just go to, do they even have Petco anymore? I don't care where you. A place that sells pets, people. Try this experiment. If you're one of the lying ass con artists, deceitful liars on the internet who wants to pretend that men are even anywhere remotely as emotional as females, here's a test. Go to a store that sells pets and go buy either a rat or a mouse.
And deal with it, nigga.
And then come bring it home. Bring your chick over there and you just play dumb. Soon as she see that damn thing, all you gonna hear is, ah! Get a rat, get a bat, get a snake. There's not gonna be a single female that's gonna be like, let me handle this. Just do it, put it in the bedroom. And as soon as she see that joker, all you gonna hear is squealing. That is it. You know it. You're not even going to hear words. She's just going to be screaming. Don't lie and tell me that men are as emotional as women. You would do a lot of things if you saw a rat or a snake. Ain't going to be one. I hope it's not going to be one of them. No Diddy. Some of y'all fellas might be doing it. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. But the average man, no matter what he is, even the whiniest ass mama's boy, isn't going to do that. So that emotional discipline thing, that is in relation to other, first and foremost starts with in relation to other men. How do you stack up against other men? When the pressure is on, how do you respond in the company of other men? That's where men need emotional discipline, when it's time to get something done. We start talking about emotional discipline in the context of comfort and nurturing and key sweat songs. And in reality, that's really a rather minor part of our lives. Men shouldn't be in that area a whole lot. If you're in that area enough that it's a problem, your issue is that you're not productive enough. Because if you were, you'd be so in the zone of productivity and stability of masculinity that emotion isn't really the biggest issue. What you don't want is somebody intruding on the time in which you're not doing that is disturbing you otherwise, because men need peace to level out, because we need to emotionally we need to psychologically, I should say, decompress. We take on a heavy psychological load. Well, you need a woman for helping to decompress from that. But we don't need her for emotional discipline. Maybe emotional decompression, but not emotional discipline. If you're depending on a woman for emotional discipline, you gonna be the most out of control emotional nigga in the room. If emotional discipline has to be used in relation to a female.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, if you vent to it, and maybe I'm catching this wrong, but if you vent, like, I've never vented off to no female about my problems. I've always talked to another gentleman of leisure or talked to another man when it came to certain problems when it comes to dealing with certain issues. Safety is a multiple counsel. That's the thing I've always asked. When I don't have the answers to it, I go to other men for questions.
Now, do you realize, now there's a lesson you're learning in that also. Women do not want us to bring them problems that we don't have an answer to. Because that makes a female feel like you're not in control. Nothing makes a female feel more lost and listless than when you're bringing her something that you don't have the answer to. She wants you to bring her something you talk about, but you got the answer to. She wants to bring you stuff that there's no answer to. Women want to talk to you about stuff so they can just vent. They don't want us coming to them necessarily for that. They'll do it, don't get me wrong, but they don't want that to be a habit. So as a man, you can do that like once or twice a year. She's not going to be the place where you come to vent to for things that have no solution, because all she feels like is, oh, you're not in control. He wants me to be in control and to resolve things. And no female feels secure being the person who resolves your issues. She wants you to be the place that resolves things. So yes, if you're going to be talking about stuff that needs a solution that you don't have one to, you're far better served in the company of other men, because they'll get you straightened out, especially if it's some other men who got their heads on straight, although there's not a lot of guys like that today. But you're far better off in the company of other men. Because, like, for example, I mean, I've never been married, I've never had kids, but I know full damn well if I were to talk about this, I want to talk about this with females. A female would tell me that I'm the problem. You would be better off going on social media. You're going to meet a bunch of dudes who got divorced, had kids. They've been through it. The brother, I just got done with that. That happened to me last year. Brother, I've been divorced 20 years. You would be a whole lot better in the company of other men who've experienced those things to get you gained up and leveled out with that. You're not going to get anywhere with females around you talking about that kind of thing. You're not going to get anywhere.
Okay. So from like your perception, right? Like, what psychological mechanisms cause many men to like confuse emotional attachment with power? And how does that misinterpretation like undermine like their authority? because you had a really good point though, and what you said in your like previous like conversation.
Well, when you say emotional attachment, whose emotional attachment?
When it comes to, I would say both men and women's, like emotional attachment, especially for the topic that's going on tonight.
Well, as a man, you want a woman to be emotionally attached to you because that is her demonstrating that you are her best option, that you're what she desires. So now that's what all men really want is for a woman to make a 100% mind, body, and soul emotional commitment to you. And that's not words. That's not what a woman says. That's what she does. So what you want is for her to make, ideally what a man wants is for a woman to make her his everything. Women today are trying to figure out how to get everything without being your everything. How do I get the man to give me everything, but without me being his everything? How can I get him to be my everything, but without me being his everything? And there's the issue. So as a man, emotional attachment is what you want from a woman because that's her making you her everything. That doesn't work the same way for you. It doesn't work the same way for you because it can't. Because what's expected from you and what you're required to do is going to be different. If you have an emotional attachment to a female the way that she does to you, that's going to get in your way because you have tasks to perform. And a female cannot be your top priority. You can be her top priority and she still get everything done that she needs to get done. You cannot make a female your top priority and get everything done that you need to do. As a matter of fact, you're going to lose out on there's a whole bunch you need to get done that will not get done because she's your priority. So do you see what the problem is there? You can be her top priority and she can get everything in her life done that needs to get done. It does not work the same way in reverse for you. When a female becomes your priority, all that other stuff that makes you valuable as a man, that goes second. You can't excel at something that's your secondary priority.
I mean, you hit the nail on the money, man. That was just cold right there. That was just cold.
The problem we have is that people want to believe things, but they don't want to actually be honest about it. So the stuff that comforts them, that's not actually true. The stuff that's actually true, it's just not fashionable or, romantic to say it like that. So everybody tries to figure out some other way. They try to say what they think people most want to hear, as opposed to saying what's actually honest and true, whether it's not glamorous. And saying that a woman does not want you to be a woman wants you to be her priority, but she does not want her to be your priority. She wants you to be hers. She does not want her to be yours. The guys y'all think about, what does she like about you? Everything she's going to talk about she likes about you does not involve you. It involves what you do, what you've accomplished, what you make happen. That's what attracts her to you. When you talk about what attracts you to her, it's her. When she talks about what attracts her to you, it ain't you. It's what you do. So that's why she cannot be the priority. She's telling you, do not make me the priority. I want to be a beneficiary, not the priority. Because the things that I'm looking for in you and the things that attract me to you don't start with you. They start with what you do. So ideally, you want the woman to adore you. Okay, that's good. But most importantly, you want her to respect you. And you demonstrate your value to her by showing her that your ability to go into the world and produce and to provide benefits to her, that's how you reciprocate that to her. Not by pedestalizing her, which has been the mistake that men have made, that romanticization that we've seen. That doesn't work because women don't pedestalize men. I got to break, fellas, that misnomer. Women don't pedestalize us. Notice I said that before. Everything she likes about you is not you. She likes what you do. She respects what you do. She's attracted to what you do. So you don't get on a pedestal. Your accomplishments do. Your value does, not you. And I think that emotional discipline for a man is, in the modern era, understanding don't pedestalize women. Because then you're going to think that she should reciprocate that. Now you're going to be upset when she doesn't.
See, and that's the thing too, Jason. So most of my generation never had OGs. They had hurt moms, TikTok, and trauma. So why do we judge the outcome, but we never ask who failed to build the blueprint?
I mean, well, look, you can investigate that as an anecdote, but it's not going to help you because that's past tense. Well, who caused the issue? Yes, you need to know about that so that you don't repeat those mistakes, because those who do not study the past are doomed to repeat it. Understood. But now, after that, we don't really focus on that, except to the extent that we know what went wrong so that we won't repeat it. After that, I expect everybody to act like a damn adult. I don't care if your daddy was in and out of jail. I don't give a damn if your mama was the biggest whore on Flatbush Avenue. You are an adult. You are responsible for you. Maybe you didn't have the best example. I am not oblivious to it, and I'm not dismissing that. What I'm saying is you have no power over it. And at the end of the day, I expect you to exert the power that you do have as a man, as a woman, as an adult. So yes, your mama was screwed up, your daddy was messed up, your grandmama ain't no better. I get that. What are you going to do about it now? Now that we know that, I accept it. I'm not arguing with you. I accept that. I just want to know now, what are you going to do about it? Man, ain't nothing I can do. They messed up. Well, thank you for letting me know that you're not going to do anything about it so that I don't have any expectation that I need to be around you, because you don't fix problems. You wallow in them. So no matter how you got here, brother, at the end of that little bit of investigation, you're going to end up in the same place. Okay, so now that we understand how we got here, what are we going to do? Because you are now responsible for your answers. So, okay, now what are we going to do about it? And that's it.
It's like one of my mentors said, and he said this the best. I ain't gonna say his name, but who's gonna carry the babies? You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna carry the boat? You know, who's gonna carry the boats? I know that's a cliche, but who's gonna watch the babies and stuff? It's all going to have to go back onto you, man. But man, I mean, Jason, man, I think what you said in your broadcast, what was it? The jerk. I don't know why successful men are jerks, but I think the first rule you said was the world, and this was it stuck with me for the longest, right? I think that you said this 5-10 years ago. I think 2017, 2018. I don't remember that broadcast, but this stuck out to me the most. And the first one was the world will abuse you if you allow it. And that was the first thing that stuck to me the most. And I was like, I had an aha come to moment. But, these conversations, these questions and stuff are very important, because, I'm coming here more off of questioning and answers, not here just to see what we can do in fellowship, to see where the disconnect at, to help me in my own life, not just in the life of my own, but others around me.
Well, I want you all to have a real understanding, because I don't do praxologies. I do prescriptions. I don't do hypotheses. I do practice. The things I talk about here, this is what we do. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I don't come at you from a religious standpoint. I think your religion is fine. I don't even know what it is, but whatever your religion is perfectly fine by me. However, in the world, just be aware that, by the way, the world may not operate is most likely doesn't operate under your religion. So if you're going to operate with other people, you better have a very firm understanding of where they're coming from. And that what they're coming from may not align with your religious ideal. And if it doesn't, then what? So when you start acting like that, you get practical answers. You get practical solutions, but most of all, another thing I told y'all, it's going to be grimy. The real world is grimy. The real world is dirty. It's not clean and sanitized, and that's not what the real world is. So a lot of folk were upset when I said there are no good girls. Oh, they clutch their pearls. Well, it's true. I didn't say it because it sounds provocative. When you ask me, what do I mean? I can clearly explain it to you. You're like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. It's not women is messed up and they is flawed. I didn't say they were messed up or flawed. I said women don't see themselves that way. And they don't want to be that way. Oh, well, that makes sense. This is not me downing women. This is being honest about where they are. Hey, ladies, why does that guy want to make 7 figures? Because he expects to take some extraordinary liberties. What Floyd Mayweather say? If I have the ability to provide a 1% lifestyle for 5 women, why do I have to have just one? If I have the ability to take care of 5 different females at a high level, why should I restrict myself to just one? If I can provide that, if I have the capacity for 5 or 6 women, why shouldn't I have 5 or 6 women? Now that's logic. That's just plain and simple logic. Maybe that might not be a lifestyle necessarily that some people want to adhere to, but there isn't anything he just said that's illogical. That makes perfect sense. Why shouldn't he? That fits hand in glove. I'll let you have the last word.
Oh, brother, like you've always said, man, handle your business. Your business will hand you. I ain't got, like I said, man, this is just a beautiful fellowship, man. And, we'll always come to seek answers. And no matter whatever side of the coin or the lifestyle you're from, you know what I'm saying? There's always an answer to a solution, brother. Thank you, brother. And you have a blessed day, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. He said there's always an answer to a solution. What? I always thought it was an answer to a question, solution to a problem. But again, I just learned something new. Cassie did not think that it was going to end like this. Cassie told herself that she was light-skinned and high yellow and niggas are just going to swoon for the rest of her life. And she told herself, now listen carefully. I want to wrap up tonight's program by drilling this through your head. Cassie told herself that when she was with Ryan Leslie, she always felt like she could do better. The quintessential female delusion. I can do better. I can trade up. I can level up. I can trade you in. Well, I tell you tonight, fellas, every woman believes she can trade you in. Then she got with Diddy. And what did she tell herself? I can trade him in. I can get another Diddy. As a matter of fact, not just another one. I can get a better one. Do you think that sitting back at home with her parents broke her of that delusion? You see it all the time. Speaking of Diddy, Lori Harvey fulfilling that old story about the women at the department store. It's got 5 levels to it, and the 5th level is just to prove that nothing is good enough for women. Lori Harvey had been with all them dudes. She gets to Michael B. Jordan, and she's still like, yeah, I think I can do better. And I sat there the whole damn time saying, now, if y'all are stupid enough to think that Damson Idris is not going to be able to level up without that, by the way, Damson Idris just in a hit movie, F1 with Brad Pitt. Damson Idris doing big things. Y'all ain't seen Lori Harvey in a minute now, have you?
Oh, please.
We ain't seen Lori Harvey in a minute now, have we? Now, I know where Damson Idris is. He's in a hit movie with Brad Pitt. Where's Lori? Where's she at? You think that's accidental? No, she told herself, I can do better than Diddy's son. I can do better than Diddy. I can do better than Michael B. Jordan. Yes, she believed she could keep trading them in. She believed the value came from him, from her, not them. Cardi B. Did I call it or did I call it?
And deal with it, nigga.
Did I call it or did I call it? I told everybody who would listen, baby, you ain't trading in Offset for nothing else. Who's going to put up with this mess you doing? How'd that go? How'd that go? But it didn't keep Cardi from saying I can trade you in, and everybody can see, baby, you ain't traded in nothing. You just have a nicer, kinder Offset. That's all you got now. Tiana Taylor, how's that working? How's that working out? I can trade them in, baby. You can trade down. You can trade. He ain't trading up. It's not going there. It's not going there. So not being satisfied and most importantly, being hard-headed and being happy, being content, messing up. The bill came due. The bill came due. And Cassie was willing to air out all of her dirty, filthy, putrid, noxious smelling laundry. She was willing to go ahead and let the whole damn world know every disgusting sex act she's ever committed, every STD that she's ever caked on, every flavor of venereal infection, and every damn thing else. I mean, she's on the stand letting folks know that, by the way, I mean, some of the stuff she did, I don't even want to say it on YouTube. Y'all know what it was. It was like, oh, are you kidding me? Every fetish that you see on the porn sites, she did all of that. And not just with Diddy. Not just with him now, with everybody. Everybody that he brought in. What did you learn from that? That she was so down and out that she was willing to go ahead and just let the whole damn world know. And she's got kids. They're going to grow up and see this. You think... Some of y'all think it's tough to respect your mamas. How the hell are you going to respect this? How you going to respect this? She knows it. And she was willing to go there and resurrect this because she was out of options, man. She was out of options. It was over. So she said, what good is my dignity under these circumstances? So she went back and said, I got one more roll of the dice. I might as well, pardon the expression, go out with a bang. Damn! And so she said, I'm going to trash my reputation, but then again, I didn't have one. And this loser next to me that I married, I would rather be in court and remind people that I used to be somebody than to have this loser next to me and have to admit that this is the best I could do. And I submit to you that being with Alex so long ripped her soul apart, just like the chick who was running around with Shannon Sharpe there for a minute. She couldn't stand being a nobody anymore. She couldn't stand it anymore. And she was like, I'll be damned. I'm going to lose my reputation. I ain't got one. I remember years ago that there was a roast, I think, of Chevy Chase. Used to be a comedian, Saturday Night Live. Was that the National Lampoon's Vacation? They had a roast of Chevy Chase once. There was a young comedian who was there. He was making jokes about Chevy and him. He said, I know some of you think that it's disrespectful for me to talk about Chevy like this, but the difference is I'm a nobody at the beginning of my career. What? Cassie was a nobody at the beginning of her career, and then she ended up being a nobody at the end of it. The chick who's running around with Shannon Sharpe, she was a nobody at the beginning. It's like, baby, you're already a nobody now. You ain't got nothing. You don't have a reputation to lose there. You already lost it. And it is a cutthroat, ruthless environment out here right now, folks. I always told you about the last train leaving. Always told you all about the last train leaving. Do you understand that it's voracious now to get one? They are willing to give up their dignity, their self-respect, their all reputation. Who in the hell is going to want to follow up after Alex Fine? Now that everybody knows what she done did for the freak-offs, who the hell would want to take her after Alex? Who's lined up to have her after Alex? She's cashed out. That's it. It's over. It's done. Reputation. Who the hell wants to be on a talk show, a podcast, an interview? Who wants to be with her? Who? Who wants to do that? Ladies, if you play your cards wrong, if you are hard-headed and difficult, if you tell yourself, don't worry, there will always be another one. You see that garbage on social media, baby, don't worry. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Yeah, but there's only going to be one whale.
And deal with it, nigga.
Plenty of fish in the sea, yeah, but only one whale. Just one. Now they're all out here trying to execute the broke hoe hustle. There's a bunch of broke hoes and there are others coming. Ain't that right, Lori Harvey, Angela Simmons, all the rest of them there, buddy. Y'all think it's bad now? Wait till we check back in 5 years. All the reality show hoes, all the hoes from the reality shows. Y'all think it's bad now? Wait till we check back in 5 years. When all you reality show hoes, when it's time for them to go ahead and let you know, by the way, all the money done dried up. There are no more overseas dudes they can get up with. Ain't that right? Y'all know that I would just say one, but you know, there's a whole damn list of them now. It's gonna get worse by then. Wait till you see some of that. What I'm telling you is it's gonna be a whole bunch of aged out, ragged out, run through, post-wall, postpartum, post PMS, post-menopausal females who gonna be coming back talking about he hit me, he raped me, he assaulted me, and I need to get a check. I need to get a check. Folks, we're not done. Do you realize how many soon-to-be down-and-out broke bummy prima donnas who used to be on TV, used to be on the internet? Understand something. The loser class of 2025. You seeing it now. Wait till you see the loser class of 2030. And every year it's going to be a new one when they realize the train is left. That record deal didn't work out. You got slept on by every damn body at the label. That record deal didn't work. The record deal didn't work out. The movie deals didn't work out. The reality TV show contracts are over. And what we gonna do now? There's gonna be all kinds of allegations here in just a minute. So men need to have a real conversation about that, about getting prepared for that, because it's already underway, and understanding we need to talk about the culture the way it really is. And it's going to be a lot of that. Yeah, OnlyFans, when the government starts taxing all them hoes. What? Yeah, when all them guys start paying their 1099s, the real amount, not this little phony amount they got right now. When they got to start paying the real amount, oh, it's going to get ugly then. Oh, it's just going to get worse. There used to be a rapper and a record label that you used to be able to sleep your way through. There used to be a Harvey Weinstein that you used to be able to sleep up with. Now you just got a bunch of little self-built dudes on TikTok and Instagram, you know, trying to make it as best, a bunch of little DDG fellas, and that can dry up at any minute. So you don't have the old corporate institutions you used to have. Sean Diddy Combs is the last of the corporate institutions. Diddy, Kanye, Jay-Z, that was it. That's it. Everything after them is self-built, self-made, and they don't get the same profit margins. Diddy could make $100 million. Most of these cats today, there's no infrastructure in place for them to get that. It's not. Shout out to Kai Cenat. You know, I hope dudes get together with their energy drinks or whatever. I ain't got no problem with that. That's perfectly fine. You know, do what you're going to do. I show speed. Props to him. That's great. That's wonderful. Them going to be the only ones. Everybody else going to have to get it differently. And what do you know? You got a bunch of grimy hoes trying to do flagrant stuff with them dudes too. So y'all think it's bad now? Just wait. These are the last of the old video vixen hoes who fell off, Cassie, and these are the last of the video vixen hoes. They're the last of them. The Melissa Fords and the all the chicks named Rose. Remember back in the day, it wasn't just Amber Rose. All the chicks named Rose. All the video vixen hoes from the 90s and the 2000s. That's it. The ride is over. If y'all didn't get nothing, you ain't getting nothing. Amber Rose is wishing she had a baby by Kanye, because look how it worked out. I mean, she's thoroughly lost her mind. So that's it. That wave is over. That ride is over. All them chicks from back in the day, back in the BET days and the MTV days, and back when you used to make music videos, it's done. It's through. That's they're gone. They're gone. Vida Guerra and all them chicks, all the Latinas who used to be able to get, that's over. Hell, it's dried up so bad that they know they can't even make really no allegations. What? There's nobody really to go after. If she does, you're just going to do the dirtiest name. Ain't no money to get. So you think it's bad today? Wait till we come back in 5 years. A bunch of chicks who got ran through by a bunch of SoundCloud rappers. It's going to be a bunch of chicks wilding out because they got run through by SoundCloud rappers and a fellow who was trending on Spotify. These chicks are gonna be having freak offs with guys who were trending on Spotify, trending on Tidal. Oh, look, he's number 3 on iTunes. Not even number 1, number 3. That's what it's going to be. And they're going to be like, man, the attorneys, they grabbing the money now. The Tony Buzbees, they're grabbing the money now while there's still some money to grab. They trying to grab $1 now while there's still $1 to grab, because they know full well pretty soon it ain't going to be one to grab. You're not going to grab that kind of money off of your Spotify rappers and your iTunes fellas. You ain't going to grab them dollars off of them. Them fellas ain't going to have $100 million to throw. It's not going to be that. What are them chicks going to do then? No, what's going to happen, it's going to be a bunch of middle-aged chicks all on OnlyFans. Every chick who used to be on a TV sitcom, they've all the casting couch has been officially closed. I bet you them chicks are so damn mad at the Me Too people. At least before the Me Too era, you used to be able to at least get some old perverted producer to give you, Hollywood producer to give you something. Now that they Me Too closed the casting couch, or at least the big casting couch, the little ones are still open, but every chick you ever saw who was a child on a TV sitcom got an OnlyFans now. Every chick who was on the Disney Channel done gone from Disney to OnlyFans. Can't you tell the money done dried up? Can't you see? Please understand, if they were young enough, all them hoes who were on Baywatch would have an Instagram. They would have an OnlyFans or a Finsta. They would have one day. You know, them chicks are mad as hell that they missed that. They were too early for that one. They would all have an OnlyFans if they could make it work. Joy Taylor, give her time. Joy Taylor, you know that one's coming. Give her time. Give her time. She'll make her way over there before it's over. So that's what I'm telling y'all. Yeah, all the folk used to see on the old TV sitcoms, if they didn't find some pinch and pimp somewhere to lay up with, if they couldn't find a pinch and pimp, a port in the storm, oh, it's over, man. They trying to get it how they live. So if they don't have a nigga they can stick a case on to sue him for a few dollars, man, they don't know what to do. There are no more record deals, no more TV deals, no more movie deals. The studio system is dead, people. The studio system is dead. Scarlett Johansson had to sue for a damn check. What? The studio system is dead. That's it. Ain't nobody trying to give y'all nothing. So if there's not if they don't have some fella they used to sleep with 10 years ago, they can stick a case on. Oh, it's a wrap. It's over. All you're going to find is some chicks trying to ply their trade and see if they can test the waters on OnlyFans. And if that doesn't work, Dawn from In Vogue. Damn! Jason, where's it go next? Dawn from In Vogue. It goes there. Oh, it's going to be more of them. All them chicks from Baywatch, every time you turn around, it's one of them on Skid Row. Okay, your favorite R&B singers, your favorite one-hit wonders. Man, look here. It's going to be a whole bunch of chicks out here seeing if they can get it how they live. And when they realize that there's nothing to sue for and there are too many of y'all on OnlyFans there's too many of you for the money to go around. There's not enough money to go around for all of y'all piled up on OnlyFans. When that happens, it's going to take a minute. Remember, it takes society some time to catch up. when the benefits, when all the low-hanging fruit benefits finally dry up and it gets a whole lot harder, then you're going to see a bunch of females getting some act right. But it's going to be a slow, ugly death. In the meantime, I wanted to do tonight's program so that we can go ahead and let everybody know exactly what it is. The truth of the matter is that these chicks were broke. They were the old video vixens from back in the day. The sponsors are gone. They were bummy and destitute, and their internet following, by the way, most of them hoes are in the same damn boat.
Auntie, chill.
The chicks leaving on the comments, they're in the same damn boat by they got their own Alex Fine. Think about that for a few moments. Okay, how hard do you have to fight to date a guy who works at 24-hour fitness and he's going to move in with you as a female? How hard did you, they acting as if she had to fight and achieve an Alex Fine. How hard is it to find a fitness instructor who's willing to move in with you and your family? How much work? All the hoes on social media who want to act like Cassie ever leveled up or whatever. How much work did it take to get a guy who's going to get you pregnant and then move in with you and your parents? Not you move in with his parents. He going to move in with you and your parents and the kids. How hard do you have to work to find that guy? How much work and effort does that take? Nobody wants to be honest about that. Nobody wants to be honest about where that's really going. So, Cassie, my prediction is that Tony Buzbee guy is going to try to catch anything that he can slipping. Fellas are going to get a little more responsible, but you're always going to have some dunderheads. The problem is there won't be any more $100 million deals to get. As you can tell, that's only really achievable from the older guys. It's not a bunch of younger fellas who are paying out no $20, $30 million. Even in the NFL, it's getting harder to shake them fellas down. It's just going to be a bunch of old, aged out chicks out here trying to get it how they live. And if we are actually responsible, we need to start looking at all this stuff. If there's a lawsuit, there's a broke broad. If there's a lawsuit, there's a chick who squandered her chances. If there's a lawsuit, there's a female who messed up and fumbled the bag. It's not going to stop them from trying to get it, but I'm just letting you all know from here on in, don't let these people lie to you. It's just a bunch of broke chicks out here trying to figure out how to make it pop. Some of them used to be your favorite singers. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who's contributed for tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Weekend. Logic Before Emotion gave out some memberships here. Also, who else? Yeah, Alyssa Bay gave out some memberships here as well. Now, folks, can you believe this here? Somebody done jumped up here on Zoom. I already took the damn link down. Why would somebody sit up here and jump up on Zoom after the link has gone down? What would be the reason for that? What would be the motivation for that? I have no idea. Why would they do that? Shike, why didn't you sit up here and call in an hour ago, bro? What is the issue?
Apologies for that, man. I just got in late. Apologies for that.
Where are you calling me from?
All the way from Australia.
Okay, well, I'll make a special dispensation because you calling from the other side of the universe and the niggas just ain't gonna do right. Are you wearing the nets? Wait a minute, nets? You're in Australia.
Yeah.
Which nets are those?
No, there's the American Brooklyn Nets.
I was thinking, is it the Melbourne Nets? Okay, I didn't know what it was. Well, he said he's in Australia, but he wishes he was over here. I don't blame you. We got freedom of speech somewhere. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I just listened to what you said. Just wanted to get your opinion, about what's trending now, for example, regarding some OnlyFans model who do the 500 guys in one day 1,000 guys in one day, stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
What's
look, bro,
your-
that's where it's going. It's following the exact same trajectory as the old porn business. Here's the career path for a female getting into porn. Number one, you need to be 18, although some folks will take you younger than that. But we won't write that down. But you start when you're 18. You have to be young and fresh-faced. You can't look like a chick who been run through, so you got to look like you're new to the business, even if you're not new to hoeing. And when they start you out, you start with girl. So they start you light. They don't start you out, with orgies and whatnot. They start you out really light, girl. Then eventually it's girl, guy, or girl, guy, and then it's girl, guy. And then from there, then it goes to everything else after that. So they take it one fetish at a time, and then they ease on into the heavier stuff until eventually you got one girl and 6 guys because they've seen you do everything else. So the lightweight stuff doesn't do anything. You're not fresh-faced anymore, and the lightweight stuff doesn't do anything. So now you have to work a lot harder in order to make the same money. Not to make more, but to make the same. Or just to stand out. Take a look at OnlyFans has thousands and thousands of girls on there. I say girls, women. They got thousands of them. Do you realize how hard it is for you to stand out in a crowd that huge? So yeah, that's the way it works in porn. You have to do all these crazy sex acts after a while. You're not new anymore. So in other words, they've already seen you naked for years. So what do you do to stand out when they've seen you do all this other stuff already? Now you gotta get really grimy with it just to be noticed. Well, OnlyFans is doing the same. It's going the same trajectory. You're trying to appeal to men. They already saw you naked with a girl and a guy, and now you're going to have to do a whole lot more to be entertaining. So you're going to have to really show out and you're going to have to get more outlandish. And that's what it is. Now, let me ask you a question here. How long have you lived in Australia?
Say about a year.
Okay, where you live at? Brisbane?
Absolutely, Brisbane, yeah.
There you go. I hit it the first time right out the gate.
How did you know? Damn, man.
Because they call me the authority.
And deal with it.
What do you say? Jason's not guessing his way through this. What do you say? How did you nail that?
Sniper, man. Bullseye, man.
Well, also because the reality is people don't live in Australia is like Mexico. People don't live in a lot of areas of Australia. So Australia's only actually got a few places that are population centers, and folks don't really live anywhere outside of those areas. So Mexico is really kind of shaped like a C as far as population. It's just a whole big swath of Mexico that nobody really lives in. And Australia is much the same way. So really there's Melbourne, there's Brisbane, and maybe one or two other places, and that's it. But Melbourne and Brisbane are going to be the big two, so it's going to be hard to miss that. Plus, you're wearing a Nets shirt, so ain't nobody in Melbourne going to be wearing that. You ain't going to be. I'm about to say no, he ain't there. He'd be wearing a Friends t-shirt, something like that. He'd be wearing a Friends t-shirt or some anime something. If he was in Melbourne, he'd be wearing an anime shirt, some Yu-Gi-Oh or something. But I wanted to ask you about that. Okay, so you are in, okay, Pharaoh. All right, what do you say? What about Sydney? Okay, yes, Pharaoh. I said 2 other places. All right, just calm down, brother. It's okay. Calm down. Sydney, damn it, Sydney. All right. He must have had the pen pal back in the day. Don't sleep on Sydney, damn it. There's another one, Jason. I know it. But I was going to ask you about that. Okay, so, up here, I want to find out about the women down there. How they treating y'all?
Yeah, to be honest, it's very multicultural. So the women are definitely very open to dating a lot of brothers. I mean, it depends on your taste or what you want. So many Brazilians here, Brazilian women, Latino women, and of course, Australian women.
They got a bunch of Brazilian women in Australia.
Absolutely.
Now, how the hell did that happen?
I don't know.
What the hell? What the hell? Immigration policy caused that to occur. What are those white men down there doing? What are those white men down there doing? They just skipped
Yeah,
straight
like-
past Asia and went straight to South America. Okay.
You're gonna be like, I mean, if you come, you're gonna be like a kangaroo, just looking like, oh, what the hell? Just, like a giraffe, So many everywhere, and beautiful beaches everywhere. So really nice. So it depends on, yeah.
Okay, so
lots of
you want the fellas? You think the fellas need to get their passports and come down there?
Why not? They'll love it. I have no doubt about it.
So the women in Australia are different.
Friendly. I mean, they're friendly. I used to live in Germany, so comparing Germany to Australia, I mean, it's not that you can't even compare. Like, the women here are definitely much more welcoming, much more friendly.
Okay, because the other fellas are saying go to Germany. The women are different in Germany. Now he's saying no, the women in Germany are bad. Come to Australia. Okay, next stop the moon.
No, I mean, I used to be in Germany, but in Germany, if you're not in some specific cities, like the major cities, it might be difficult for you. I mean, German women are cool too, but it all depends on if you are in a major city like Berlin, Frankfurt, Kaiserslautern as an American town, basically in Germany. There's really so many Americans there because of the bar, what do you call it? The American, the barracks. They have an American station there. So in Ramstein, military station. So I mean, it's a really welcoming place.
I'm glad to hear that. Although I was curious about something, brother.
Yeah, talk to me, man.
Since when did Australia stop being hostile to black people? When did that happen? Because I didn't get the memo. And I know a bunch of other folks down there who didn't get the memo either. So I'm just kind of curious about your definition of friendly, because Australia has not really been friendly towards us. So I'm just curious about your definition of friendly.
I agree. So when I came in, actually, you had to basically understand the history. Of course, there are indigenous Australians, who were here before, and there was an ugly, very ugly past about, these are more like the indigenous Australians who are much like darker skinned. And there was a lot of, dark history regarding those people. So, but right now, the Australian government has deliberately tried to, pay compensation, or, they prioritize the indigents, basically, the indigenous Australians, because of the dark past.
The dark past. Okay, brother, I got to find out about your parents. Where they from?
No. Like if you Google the.
Okay, brother, slow down. Where are you people from?
Myself?
Yeah, where are you people from originally?
I'm African.
Okay. Nigeria, Kenya, which one? Nigeria?
Nigeria.
There you go. Which tribe? Igbo?
Absolutely. Bullseye again, man.
They say, damn, Jason, did I call it or did I call it? I'm just straight down the line, y'all. This is why.
Sniper, man. You're a sniper, I'm sure.
Hairline is on deck, by the way. So it's just hairline's on deck. It's Roland Martin approved. So, yeah, brother, what he say? I guess he means the white folk ain't shooting at him, or they're not trying to drag him from the back of a pickup truck. They friendly. And I'm just like, man, and he's talking about the Aboriginals, bro. Australia's issue, I mean, yeah, they got an issue with the Aboriginals, but they have a very well-known reputation if you ain't white.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe they were in Germany just, giving you the Nazi salute every day. You're like, damn, well, as long as they ain't doing that, I'm doing better. But Australia doesn't really have that reputation, bro. That's kind of going easy on it. That's kind of going easy on it. They don't have a reputation for that. As a matter of fact, we sitting up here talking about deporting people in America. Australia is real heavy about that.
Yep.
Australia has been on that. They don't even need that's not even a political fight over there. That's a political fight here in North America. That's not even the political fight in Australia. Well, that's not something they're going back and forth about over there. So the white majority is very clear about what they got, and they're like, hey, we're going to hold it just like this. So that's why when you said they're bringing over Brazilian women, yeah, but these are white Brazilian women. They have not rolled. They have not rolled out the red, brother. If you didn't come down there from Europe, they wouldn't. And by the way, how did you end up down there in Australia? And tell the damn truth.
I'm not lying. Like I'm keeping it 100. Like came in from Germany, got the visa, got the job, the permanent residence. I moved in.
Okay, so you weren't military.
No, I was a military. Just job.
Okay, so you came down. Are you a citizen of Australia, or they're just there on a work visa?
No, I'm a permanent resident of Australia.
Are you a permanent resident or are you a citizen?
I'm a permanent resident of Australia.
Okay, because here in the States, there's a distinction between being a resident and being a citizen.
Yes, that's the same.
If you live somewhere, you reside there, but that does not mean you're a citizen.
Absolutely. That is it.
Okay, so you are not actually an Australian citizen yet.
No.
Do you have a pathway to become? Well, first of all, do you have the desire to become a citizen?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Have they given you a pathway to become an Australian citizen?
Absolutely, yes.
And has that started already, or is we just trying to figure out how to make it pop off?
Oh, no, it started already. Once you come in.
Oh, that was a real weekend. He said, oh, yeah, it started already. Okay, brother, you mumbled your way through that one. Are you sure that it started already? Because you sound very uncertain.
I am 100% sure because it's a pretty much straightforward process. Once you come into the country.
Folks, there's a reason that he's saying it like this, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But there's a reason why he's saying it the way he is. But we'll come to that. Go ahead and finish.
No, basically they have a pathway for to become a citizen if you have the permanent residence visa overseas, because they give that, right, as a skilled migrant. So once you come into the country,
there you go. There it is. Now that's the part you all need to keep in mind. So in other words, he is economically advantageous to the Australian economic system. He's a skilled worker. So what are you working, IT or something like that?
Man, bro, I'm scared of you, man.
Yeah, brother. I mean, I'm not, folks. I mean, this isn't me just being Nigrodamus. It's not. That's not what it is. What I'm saying is, I didn't guess my way about the way Australia runs things. You don't get to do that bull crap we got going on over here in North America, where folks just run across the damn border all crazy with their hats on and their flip flops, and that's not what's happening. Australia is just a big ass island, and they are very protective of their shores. It's not like in North America with this damn chaos, which is actually not chaos, but it's not like that over there. So you can't get in easily, and you do not stay if they don't want you to stay. So they are not on the illegal alien train the way that North America and the Middle East and Great Britain is. Australia ain't on that wave. That's not what they're doing. So if you came there from Germany, you were invited to Australia. And you were invited there because you had a specific company that told you, we'll take care of the rest. Like here in America, we got the H-1B visa that Bill Gates and Elon Musk, hey, just sign up with our company, and if you're good for it, we'll take care of the rest. That's basically the visa the visa type that he got on to get to Australia. So yes, from his perspective, since he's not economically hurting, and they made the process to get there so he could work for them relatively frictionless, he doesn't have any negative feelings or thoughts about that part of it. However, when it comes to the women, that's a different matter. Did you all, now I'm doing this for your sake, brother. I'm doing this for your sake right now because this is a teaching moment here. This is a teaching moment. And I also think it's necessary to make sure you don't get too far down the line, because I think you might be getting a little brainwashed here, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to stage this intervention. Intervention! Do you have any children?
Not yet.
Okay, how old are you?
My 39.
Oh,
Just
dude.
July.
All right, brother. The hairline broke out at 39. What do you say? Oh, you've been going bald since your 30s, haven't you? I'm not dissing you, brother. I'm just saying, brother, nobody else can see you. I'm the only one who can see you. Come on, you with family here. Just, brother, it's already obvious. Just what do you say? At 30, the hairline just said I'm out. So I'm gone.
Oh, I appreciate that.
The hairline said I'm through. So what do you say? Maybe the new employer will pay for some implants. Brother Elijah can help you out with that. Yeah, brother Elijah's the plug. Pardon the expression. Yeah, brother Elijah can help you out with that one. So he got some folks up there in Turkey. He's got the hookup up there in Turkey. So they resurrected his hairline. So brother Elijah can definitely he can point you in the right direction to some good people. He can get you some good people. Your teeth look okay, so his orthodontist will have to skip you. But for the hairline, I know somebody can help you out with that. Matter of fact, he just got off the plane last year. He's been stunting ever since. Okay, I bring all that up here to say you use some phrases. Now, I want y'all to understand something. Y'all know me. Jason listens. So when you all start talking, I listen. Did you all notice that he said the women here, I asked about the women, he said, oh, they're great. They're very friendly. Now, did you all notice that he uses those words? Well, words mean things. When a man describes women as friendly, it's even worse than when women describe the man as friendly. It's even worse. When females use the word friend, that ain't good. And when a man's using the word friendly in relation to women, my ears go up. My ears go up because I believe you mean it just like that. I believe that. I believe you mean it just that way, that they are friendly. Friend is not the word that women use for men they desire. When you hear women call you friendly, that's not a word that women use for a man that they desire. And if you're using the word friendly, I think you might be reflecting that other folk are kind of using that word towards you. And everybody is, they're friendly. Yeah, the problem is friend and desire don't go together. Those don't go together. So let me find out here. You said you've been there for a year. Y'all, he's looking all kinds. He's like, oh Lord, he's having stress, y'all. He's in conflict. Y'all should see his face. He's just like, Jason, what does this mean? I cannot get jiggy with this. What do we mean? Y'all, I'm breaking his heart over here. He's like, but I got the net shirt, Jason. I got the net shirt. Brother, I see it. I get it. What do you mean I can't pull? But I got the net shirt. And what I'm saying is, you've been there for a year, and I'm just wondering how the women are responding to you and treating you. I'm wondering about that part.
I'll use the word welcome. I'll rephrase the statement. They are welcoming. I could walk up to a chick, and just the smile, they accept you straight up. No, I'm using my experience, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm using my experience so far. So far, it's been great. He
didn't say it's been good. He says it's been great.
It's been great. If it's about women, it's been great. That's no issues about that, definitely. And I'm not in imagine you go to the main city like Sydney, is even crazier there. So women, that's not
for some brother. Okay, on a scale, do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that came out real shaky. Why don't we try this one more time? Do you have a girlfriend?
I have girlfriends, so friends,
Nigga, what?
Bruh, you gonna have to bluff. You're gonna have to bluff better than that. That was the weakest damn. That's the weakest damn bluff I done heard this damn year, brother. If you're gonna tell a lie, you gotta lie better than that.
That's not a lie, man. I don't have one, though. That's what I mean. I don't have one.
On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only. What would the men, not you, but what would the other men of Australia rank your girlfriends at? Scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only.
That's gonna be hard though.
Brother, why would that be hard?
What would they rank my girlfriends at? It depends on what they want, you know.
No, sir. I'm talking about based on their sex appeal and how they look, sir. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only. Y'all see what's happening here? What would the men of Australia rank your girlfriends at?
I have different girlfriends, so I'll say some could be an 8, other could be a 6.
Some could be an 8, others could be a 6. Okay, we're going to have to dig a little bit deeper here. How old are they?
How old are the girlfriends?
Brother, my line ain't breaking up on you. How old are they?
28 to 32.
28 to 32. Y'all, he looks very unsure over there. He looks like he's talking to federal prosecutors right now. He looks very unsure, brother. You look very uncertain about this. I got questions about this.
I said between 28 to 32.
Okay, between 28 and 32. Okay. And what ethnicity or race are they?
White.
They're both white.
What? No, I'm not tricking.
So you're 39. Stop. You're 39. You're 39.
Yes, I am 39, yes.
With that hairline.
And
you have two, and you have not one but two white girlfriends, one 28, one 32, and one 28.
Yes.
And you say that one of them is an 8.
I mean, from my perspective.
I didn't ask you for your perspective. I said if you had to post her online, how would the men of Australia rank her?
That would be difficult for me to answer.
That's not difficult at all. Why don't you call that honey boo boo a strong foe so we can go ahead and get over this? I'm trying to help. I'm not doing this to make fun of you. I'm not doing that. I'm doing this for a reason. I'm not doing this to make fun of you. I don't do that mess. You know that I don't do that. I'm doing it, but I'm doing it to make a point. And I think it's very important because, number one, you called in hella late. But number two, you're calling in from Australia, and this would be a good reality check.
Absolutely. I'll say a 6, just to be on the conservative side.
There you go. Now that you've done that, y'all two been together for a year, or at least you've been together with both of them for a year. Glad to hear that. Why don't you get your cell phone and show me a picture of the 28-year-old? Nobody else sees you. It's just me. It's just me.
Oh, man. Come on, bro.
And if you're going to go to Facebook for it, you better go to a Facebook page I can't screen capture through Google Images.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring it up. Just give me a minute. Take me a while.
By the way, what does your grandmama think of all this?
My grandmama?
Come on now. What does grandmama say about all this?
Oh, she's late.
He's 39 years old. He doesn't have any kids. He doesn't have a wife. Grandmama's wilding out. You got an Igbo grandmama. She is wilding out right now.
Absolutely. She's not happy about it.
There you go. Thank you. I'm not guessing my way through this. I know she is unhappy. She like, I'll be damned, nigga. You got 3 girlfriends and can't give me 1 grandchild? What the hell's wrong? Is you gay?
No, she wants an African girl, so I'm working on
it. Wow. Okay. She wants how did they raise their grandson to run through all the white women? How did they do that? I know they are. Oh, they sitting in the house now pulling their hair out.
I mean, it just happened, bro.
It just happened, brother. How the hell does it just happen? You end up with a bunch of white women. How's that just happen? Jason, I slipped and fell in a bunch of white girls. Really? How do you slip and fall and end up with a bunch of white women? How's that work?
I mean, I love black girls too. Don't get me wrong.
Clearly, you don't. Clearly, you don't.
Okay.
I love black women. How many you dating? 0. Okay, well, no. The women are like, wait a minute, love us less.
Okay, I go on to another one too, though. She's a South African. Can you see this?
She's a South African.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit. I don't know. It's a bit. I don't know if
Turn the blur thing off, dude.
turn this thing off. Yeah,
The
sorry
blur thing
about
on
that.
Zoom, turn it off because it's trying to blur everything and it can't tell the difference between you and her.
Okay, I think it's.
Yeah, grandma gonna have a conniption here in a moment.
Can you
She's
see that?
that doesn't look white to me, sir.
I'm just bringing that up. So
Okay, I'm about to say if you're gonna get the fake picture of the girlfriend, you gotta do better than that one. That's not a white chick.
not a fake picture, bro.
Bruh, you can't just bring up your contacts on your phone. This all looks very sketchy right now. That's why I'm doing this, because he swears he got 2 girlfriends and it's taking him forever to get a picture of one of them. This sounds sketchy. Brother, it doesn't usually take this long for a man. It's been a year. I got 2 girlfriends. He was very quick to say that, but it's taking him forever to get a picture of one of them up. So he's trying to go through Google Images and Instagram to see if he can pull up something, y'all. Brother, you're hurting your case right now. You're proving my point and hurting your case. So it's just, why don't you just say, Jason, I got 2 honey boo-boos from the Australian Outback Trailer Park. And, it's just, this is why I can carry right now. I'm trying to get my feet under me. Yep. They rub the top of my head and call it peach fuzz. So I'm the little peach fuzz, and so we trying to just get along here. She's a good size 16, but I love her, Jason.
This one. This the 34-year-old or 32-year-old, brother.
Okay, well, I want the 28-year-old. That's what I said the first time. I want the 28-year-old, not the 32-year-old, the 28-year-old.
Just a minute. Okay. Yeah, it's just a face picture, so. Can you see that?
Okay.
I mean,
dude, she looks like female Chucky. What? Oh, them cheeks. Yeah, bro, she looks like, I'm just saying, I mean, she looked like a blonde female Chucky, the 28-year-old, so it's.
I was looking for like a full picture, but
nigga, does she have a sequel coming out?
Damn.
I heard there's gonna do a reboot of no, Megan. What's that? There's that movie Megan, y'all. With the anime, or what's that? The robot chick. I think there's a movie called Megan out right now, like Megan 2. So, but no, this chick here look like Chucky. She don't look like Megan. She look like Chucky. So she looks like a blonde-headed Chucky. And what I'm saying is because she got heavy filters on there, bro. Heavy filters on it, so it's smoothing everything out. So I'm like, bro, and I'm not dissing. I'm not doing that to be mean. I'm not doing that to be sarcastic. That's not what I'm doing. That's not where that's coming from, for real. I'm not doing that for any of that. What I am saying is that confirms some of what I was thinking. It confirms it. Look, I'm not here to mess up nothing. You better not break up with him, because I'm damn sure not going to snuggle up with you. So you better not break up with him and talk about it. Jason said you a foe, so I got to go. Nigga, you going to be by yourself tomorrow. Don't call me. No Diddy, no help. I ain't going to snuggle up with you, so I suggest you stick with them. I suggest you do. But I am going to say here, yeah, brother, I'm just going to be dead. And I don't usually do this kind of thing, but I'm doing this for a reason. I don't want to lie to my audience, because ordinarily, I don't think the men of Australia are going to give them an 8.
No, I said a 6.
I think the men of Australia are going to struggle with that 6. I think the men of Australia are going to find that 6 to be a little bit heavy. But now let me be clear about what I'm going to say next. And I mean this in all seriousness. I am not giving any commentary on their character, on their personality, on their value as a human being. I'm not giving any commentary on that whatsoever. Nothing I'm saying has anything to do with that at all, period. But what I am saying is that, yeah, I mean, that's what I would expect. Now, by the way, do either of them have children?
No.
That no came real slow.
One.
Let's try that again. Which one of them got the kid?
The 32-year-old, the older one.
How many children does she have?
2.
Nigga, what?
Did you say 2?
Yep, 2.
Okay. That's the 32-year-old. Yep. By the way, her children, does she have them by black men also?
No.
Who she have them by?
Man, to the best of my knowledge, white Australian.
To the best of your knowledge, you can't tell.
No, I mean, white Australian.
Let me see. Look at the kids. He can't figure out what they are. Just, I don't know. This one right here might be Asian.
I don't label them, so I don't.
You don't label them. They label you.
I don't live with them.
Okay, I'm about to say they. So all right. The 28-year-old. What's the story with her? How'd you meet her? And be honest, because you know I'm gonna figure it out. So you might as well just go ahead and say it.
Very simple, bro. Just online. Tinder. So simple.
Tinder.
Yep.
So it worked out for you.
Yeah.
Okay, because a lot of fellas go on Tinder and don't bring back nothing but a damn fish hook and a shoe. So he at least was able to bring something off of Tinder. So I'll give you that. But here's my only thing about that, though, bro. Oh, she Tinder girls. Oh, man. All right. Oh, y'all, his heart's breaking. Y'all should see him. He's slumping down the seat now. It's just, let's say Jason done broke him down.
Let's check out my watch, man.
Okay, no, he was, brother. You was looking like a sack of potatoes in that seat for a second. Now he's sitting up. Okay, she's 28 years old. She's on Tinder. I'll let that speak for itself. If you think she's alone, by the way, what city does she live in?
Yeah, same city, Brisbane.
Do you have a picture of the two of you together?
No.
Do you have a picture of yourself with either one of them?
Yes. To be honest, it depends on, for me, it's nothing serious,
Okay, but here's the issue I have with that. You said they're your girlfriends.
No.
They're my girlfriend. They're my girlfriends, but it's nothing serious.
No, what I mean is they're just friends. Like, nothing deep, man. I'm not taking it that deep. Like,
okay, they're just wait a minute. They're just friends, sir. Are they girlfriends romantically involved with you, or are they just friends? Because those are two separate things. Back to that friendly thing we talked about before. So, brother, you kind of proved me right here for a second. So which one is it? Are we friends? Are we girlfriends? Or what are we doing?
What's your definition of so it's basically, of course we're romantically involved, but for me it's like, it's not deep. I'm not like crazy about it. See what I mean? It's not about pride, but it's just okay. You asked for it. That's the other one. You see that?
Okay, I don't know which one it is. Is that the 28-year-old or 32-year-old?
Yeah, the 28-year-old.
Okay, that's her. I don't see you with her.
Oh, I need to search for the pictures, bro.
Oh, you have to search for it. I'm like, that tells you everything you need to know right there. So, all right. Well, like I say, I mean, definitely look, and I'm not saying, I'm not saying you could do a whole lot worse. I mean, you can certainly do a whole lot worse. That's not what I'm going for. I'm not going with that. However, the 32-year-old, which site did you meet her on?
Same site. Same. Tinder.
Okay, brothers. Okay. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Brother, come here for a moment. And listen. Okay. We got to talk for just a minute here.
Gotcha.
Just drop the reel on me for a minute here. Just put the bull crap to the side. Let's drop the reel for a minute. How did you get those two white women to respond to you and tell the damn truth? Just be honest with it. How did you get them to respond to you?
Send them a message, DM them.
Okay, did you send some money before you sent the message, or did you send the message before you sent the money?
Hell no money, man. I swear. I mean, if it's that, I don't do that, man. Fuck
Okay,
that.
let me try this a different way here, brother. What you're saying is that they both swiped left on you.
No, we connected on Tinder. You swipe right.
Okay, left, right, whichever one is the one to say that this is the dude they want to talk to. So did you pay the extra money so you could send them messages?
Okay. Oh, did I subscribe? Is that what you mean?
Did you do the thing where you had paid money to go ahead and send the messages?
Yes, I subscribed on Tinder, definitely.
Okay, how many females did you send messages to before these two responded?
I mean, I can't really remember how many, but let me say about, I don't know, 10, 20 or 15. I can't.
10, 20, which means 40, 50. All right, so...
you connect first of all. You guys, you connect. Then you go through the one you like. I mean, you don't send messages to everyone. It's just the one you connect with. That's it. You just can't keep messaging every single person. Say about maybe 10. 10 girls that look really good. So that's it. And these two responded, and that's it. We met up for drinks, we chilled, and that's it. Simple, easy, no issues at all.
We went out for drinks, we chilled, that was it.
That's it. As easy as that. I'm being honest, man. This is no complication, nothing. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the best looking guy or no. Just went out. Hey, what's up? Where you? What you do? This is what I do. How are you? Started chatting and all that. Okay, let's meet up. You're in the city. What time is good for you? We met up for drinks. Met up at central location. The vibe was good. Had drinks, chilled, and took it from there. The first night, she actually took me to her place, which I was not really comfortable with, but she was like, "Okay, just come."
That's what she had the babysitter that evening, so she wanted to introduce you to the bed where she lays all the men on top of. So it's just, if you don't mind being the male Cassie, this is where she lays the men down on. So it's. This mattress has seen many a dude. This mattress has seen bumble, crumble, match.
Not that. I mean,
plenty of fish, plenty of niggas.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, she was on that website, plenty of niggas. So plentyofniggas.com. So she's that Australian chick. That's the one she is. She's that one. So it's, but like I said, I mean that's the way that goes though. It's like, so if you on the mattress, this mattress smell like brew.
Damn. Smell like kangaroo, man.
He said, "Damn, this mattress smells like Jordan Air."
Man, no, I wasn't taking it that deep. Just came there, had fun, and that's it. In and out.
He said, why does it smell like another nigga Nikes? And just, bruh, because his shoes still up under the bed, and that's the fella she's refusing to answer the phone for. So, all right, so. Yeah, bro. I'm glad. I'm just saying though, dude. Okay, because especially if she got kids, I don't want you to go over there and get caught up because she's kind of still talking to the baby daddy, and you like, okay, man, all right.
I mean, from what I understand, I mean, the kids don't stay there. They're at the father's place. But it wasn't really something I wanted to do. But I was like, look, just fuck it, bro.
Well, look, I mean, like I say, stick and move, but the bottom line is, I mean, he said those are his girlfriends, and I'm like, I think they everybody's girlfriend right this minute. So, what he say? Look, brother, I'm just saying, thank you very much for your candor, and I mean that honestly.
Okay, I don't. This is more like some Brazil. I told you there was so many Brazilians here, so. It's like the
old boy looks like he's got his chick from the website too. So
I don't know if I got
she looked like she from the website too. So it looks like he was on a better website than you though. So, but I mean, it's just y'all fellas, these fellas over there in Australia, y'all, they are running the tables on these websites. Old girl looked like he showed me a picture with another fellow with another chick, and I'm like, she looked like she's straight from Instagram. That's you by yourself. Where is she?
Okay, I'm coming. I'm just trying to open it up.
He showed me another picture. It's just him by himself. I'm like, yeah, they ditched him. So first was you with the three of them. Next picture, you by yourself. I'm like, yeah, brother, they trying to send you a signal. They're trying to send you a message.
Another Brazilian friend.
Brother, stop. Now that's not even the same female.
No, it's not the same one. This I'm just.
Yeah, okay, brother. I didn't ask you to send me no panorama of everybody you met at Coachella down there in Australia. I asked you for about a picture about you and the chick you first showed me, and so far I haven't seen it.
I don't know. We took one together, but I'm searching for it, so I gotta find it, bro.
They are so tight and everything's going so great. He sent me a picture of him with every female in Australia except the ones that he just showed me pictures of. So this calls things into question. It really, really does. I'm just being honest. It calls things into question. So
on that deep, bro.
Okay, well, brother, like I say, just that illuminates a lot. I can believe it. Look, he's got down there. He ran the tables on, Plenty of Fish and Bumble and Tumble and what was that, Grinder? What?
Hell no, man. Hell no. Come on. No, stop that, man. We don't do that here.
I don't know, bro. I'm trying to figure out where you picked up Miss Baby Chucky at. So it's just you might have been when you were signing up for all them websites. You might have.
I know. Sign up for only one.
Well, I know they got like the All Pass for the company that owns all them sites.
All Pass? No.
Yeah, you might have got the All Pass, the one that just give you the pass to membership.
No.
Every.
No.
I think they call that the Diddy Pass.
No Diddy, man. I mean, I like Puffy, but no Diddy, man. So
yeah, I think they call that the Diddy ticket. Damn.
I'm a 90s kid, so I love Puffy and Maze. So, but
I think they charge like $100 for the Puffy Pass. So you get all the sites for the women and a few for the men. It's no judgment, no cookies. They don't keep no records. So it's just whatever you click on, that's between you and whoever answers. So it's just in case the women don't answer this. We got other options. Just give it a thought now. Don't just dismiss it out of hand. Okay. You might not use. Just remember, it's here if you need it. It's here if you need it.
Look, at the end of the day, it's not that deep. It's like, look, come from a place of abundance. It's like, look, I met a chick. Do you want to roll? She says no. Cool. Like I'm not gonna go all crazy and all have to beat. No, I'm not coming from with that energy.
Absolutely, and now I want you to understand. And first of all, once again, I thank you for your candor on this. He hasn't been all evasive about that. He's been a little difficult, but he hasn't been terribly evasive about it. And this is important because I don't want people to come away with the wrong impression. The way in which you were characterizing things. People would think that you were just standing at the mall outside of the Gap and you walked up to a female and introduced yourself and y'all hit it off. And that's just the way they get down in Australia. And that's not the case. Matter of fact, it sounds like it's just the same as everywhere else.
Yeah.
And most of the females are like, let me pat them pockets down. And you can get on Tinder, you can get on Match, you'll find something with some ovaries, and she's hanging out and stuff, and she gets with you, so it might be a foodie call, it might be a drinky call. He's paying for drinks. Why would she not go? Women are always game for that. They're always game for a fella financing their way or whatever. That's one thing that she doesn't have to pay for. And what I'm saying is that, now when you say it like that, then I think that gives people more of a proper characterization of what the deal really is. So I want it to be that kind of thing. I just want to be straight up about that kind of part of it. Now, as far as you enjoying yourself, dude, run through all of them. Knock yourselves out. Knock yourself out. I'm not here to tell you a damn thing. Run through all of them. Just whatever you want to do, bro. Just go buck wild. Don't get them pregnant. Don't get them married. Don't do anything stupid like that. Your grandmama done had a fit. She see that one. So your grandmama gonna have a fit if she see that. She gonna kick you out the village.
Facts, bro. Facts.
She gonna kick you out the village. So I don't want that coming down on you. But
I don't want that either.
Yeah, just do that. Just have fun, knock yourselves out, but just don't get them pregnant, don't get them married, and just do what you do.
Yep.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask me?
Well, I mean, this is my first time on the show, and really appreciate. No, I'm serious. Like my first time, like having a call with you. That's what I mean.
Okay, because he said the show, so he's.
No. Having a call with you. So I really want to appreciate you taking the time to take the call, even if it was late. And
what time is it down there?
It's Saturday, 19th of July, 2:52 p.m.
Okay, because it's just before midnight here. Friday, just before midnight.
Yeah, so here we're in like 2:52 p.m. So this is Saturday afternoon here.
Okay, dude, got up in the middle of the afternoon. That'd just be weird for me to have folks hearing me during the daytime when the sun is up. That would just be weird. I would consider that weird to be listening to me during the daytime live. That'd just be kind of weird to me.
I mean, it's Saturday, so it's like I'm just home chilling. So it's like, okay, you know what? Let me check YouTube, and I just popped into the show. I'm like, oh damn, I really love the message. I love the education, bro. I love the education, and it's teaching men how to be very, very, educating men about women and stuff.
Well, it's a Saturday afternoon, and where are your females at? Or you gave them the weekend off?
I don't talk to them every day, man.
I didn't say talk to them every day. I'm just saying it's the weekend. What are we doing on the weekend? And you say, Jason, I wouldn't want to waste my weekend on females. Okay, well, to each his own.
Sometimes I just want to be home alone, man. I don't need females all the time.
Oh,
I need them when I need them, and that's it.
Patting them pockets down. Translation, they patting them pockets down lately. He's tired of paying for stuff, so he needs to give his pockets a rest because them broads is leaning on him. He's paying for memberships and festivals and drinks and everything. So he needs to give his
drink festival.
He's trying to give his wallet a rest, y'all. Them broads is leaning on him. So he's like, oh, wait a minute now. I'm feeling like y'all dependent. So he's not letting them off for the weekend. He's giving himself a weekend off. He's like, hey, can't you call one of them other niggas on Bumble or Tinder? Damn. Can't you call one of the alternates? Can't you get him to do the drinks this weekend? Because it's summertime. Y'all know how it is with chicks on these damn websites. It's summertime. They're looking for a fella to take care of everything. She want to go to the beach. She want to go to the opera house. She wants to go to the steakhouse. And they all sitting up calling you and saying, hey, how you doing, Big Daddy? They're giving them that phone call. Y'all know how it is. They be gassing them Ebo fellas up. So then they know, then white women know how to gas y'all Ebo fellas up. They know y'all, they can see y'all coming from a mile away. She's like, you're my Ebo daddy. He's like, yes, I am. I wanted to go try out this new restaurant. I got your girl. I take care of it. Man, this how y'all end up broke. He's sticking his paycheck. I'll be damned. Both them hoes tag teaming him. And they call him just when he gets paid. So there's like, this is the off weekend. He didn't get paid this weekend. He's going to get paid next weekend. Yeah, he's over here laughing, y'all. He's laughing because I'm telling the truth. You didn't get paid this weekend. You got paid last weekend. You get paid next weekend. This is the weekend you don't get paid, is it? Tell the truth. You don't get paid this weekend. Y'all, he's laughing his ass off. Yeah, because you don't get paid this weekend. He gets paid next weekend. Yeah, so it's not going to be no friction right now because them hoes like, oh, we hit him up last week. They going to be back next week like vultures circling around. Yeah, what do you say, Jason? They friendly in Australia. They're friendly. They welcoming. Hell yeah. Exactly. Here it is. Decoded. Deciphered. What do you say? We'll be back next weekend. Y'all, he gonna be cheesing. He gonna be cheesing next weekend too, y'all.
You're a wizard. How did you know? How did you know all this?
This nigga gonna have 36 teeth next weekend. Not 32, 36 teeth. Y'all gonna count all his teeth. He's gonna have about 40 teeth in his mouth next weekend. That's it. Ain't a blonde chick safe in Melbourne, Brisbane, Sydney. All points, it ain't gonna be nothing safe. Period. Next weekend, he's gonna light it up.
Going all out, man. All out. No prisoners, man. That's it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do check in with us again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I had to take out time. I had to do that call, y'all. I had to. Let all the other YouTubers sitting out here guessing their way through things and making things up. Let me take this call so we can properly decipher it. Jason, did you call it or did you call it? So just to let you know what's going on out there. So the single moms are popping. Damn. Yes, sir, y'all. Tinder is going.
Auntie, chill.
Bumble is bumping.
Alrighty then.
Yes, sir. And the salary simps are doing what they do. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you, bro. Just I hope we don't see you hopping out of any windows with old girl with the kids, because y'all know how this go. She a little stretched for cash right at the moment, so she called him over. Come on over, Ebo Big Daddy, and you know he's gonna put on some Aqua Velva. Damn. He's gonna go on over there, and she on the third. I hope she's on the first floor. We don't want on the third floor, because y'all know how it goes. He gets up in there. He's playing some Johnny Kemp. That single mom is doing what single moms do, and then he's in a compromised position. Next thing you know, hey girl, where you at? Oh, damn. It's Donnie. Who is Donnie? Oh, it's baby daddy number 2. Hey, why is this door locked? Open this damn thing. I know you have a nigger in there. Y'all know that kind of situation. Y'all know that kind of situation. So I don't want you to have to be jumping off the damn balcony from the 3rd floor. I don't want that. So I'm trying to help. Donnie, who is Donnie? Well, I met him after he got out of jail. Damn. What? Y'all know how females are with that. How'd you meet Donnie? Well, he was on probation.
Nigga, please.
You know, but when he got out of the Hell's Angels, I met him after he got out of the Hell's Angels. What? He's sitting up there trying to figure out if he can make this 3rd floor jump. Can I land in the bushes? If I aim for the bushes, can I land over there? Like Bruce Willis in Die Hard. Y'all remember Bruce Willis in Die Hard when he's getting ready to jump off the top of the building? He's standing on top of Nakatomi Plaza looking down. Oh, Lord. Some of y'all fellas in here done had that moment. Up there on the 3rd floor, I wonder if I can make it. If I land on my side, will I shatter my hip? Lot going on out there. Lot going on. Good phone call. Good phone call. Okay, we are done. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our website, our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. Few things I want to announce here for tomorrow. So for those of you who are my patrons, you want to go ahead and tune in for that as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.